have sound from all of you.
But not from the council room yet.
No.
Well, then I'm going to run and get a coffee. I'll be back.
Can you get me one too? No, just kidding.
Yes. It's got loads of cinnamon, if that's okay.
I want a mocha. Well, I can
I
just
don't
go.
drink coffee.
I
I'm
can
good.
just go to our kitchen and get one.
I'll be back.
How's things, brother? Oh, easy.
Yep. Nothing, eh? Skis are reach. Almost worked. When you tipped it forward, it suddenly. Something smaller than this? You're looking for a paper clip or something? That grape pen there.
Madam Clerk, can I just ask if you can hear sound? Just give us a wave, please. Thank you very much.
Curious if anyone can taste sound. It's funny to me.
I was just wondering that myself. Yeah.
Isn't that called synesthesia or something?
Tasting sound?
Taste sound, or you can smell colors. Isn't that? Some people have it. I think it's called synesthesia.
Wonder what these council meetings would taste like.
Dust. Oh, I've got to switch over. Pardon me.
An update, we're experiencing some technical difficulties, so hopefully we'll be starting the meeting just shortly. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. We're just resolving some technical issues here. City Clerk, can we start with a roll call?
Yes, for sure. Counselor Campbell.
Here.
Counselor Carlson.
Present.
Counselor Croson.
Here.
Counselor Higgin.
Here.
Counselor Morrow.
Yep.
Counselor Miyashiro.
Here.
Acting Mayor Parker.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Present.
Mayor Spearman.
Here.
All present, thank you.
Thank you. So we can begin the City Council meeting from Monday, October the 19th, and we will start with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people, past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. We'll now move on to bouquets. Start with Councillor Morrow.
Nothing, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Croson.
Nothing from me, thank you.
Councillor Higgin.
Nothing for me, thanks.
Acting Mayor Parker. Councillor Miyashiro.
Nothing today, thanks.
Councillor Campbell.
Nothing for me either.
Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Mayor Spearman. Just a quick shout out to all of our residents and visitors for doing their best during these troubling times. I know that we've seen a big increase in cases of COVID here in Lethbridge in the region, and I'm seeing more and more people take care and caution, and I just want to send big thank yous to those who are, and please just everyone stay safe, stay masked, and stay healthy. Protect each other. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Nothing, Mayor Spearman. Thank you.
Okay. I just say thank you to Tourism Lethbridge for bringing out their restart strategy, and to all those in our city who are supporting local businesses to help them stay in business through this challenging time. And I second Councillor Carlson's commendations to all those who are doing their best to keep others in our city safe. Thank you. With that, I have a resolution for the consent agenda from Deputy Mayor Kaufman. Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting held Monday, October the 5th, 2020 be approved, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that the minutes of the special meeting of City Council held on Monday, September the 28th, 2020 be approved, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions with the following amendments. First, that Council defer the date of return to Council the 2020 to 2021 Lethbridge Land Work Plan and Procedure expenditures to no later than November the 30th, 2020. And that Council defer the date of return to Council the healthy food and beverage choices in Lethbridge Public Recreation Facilities to no later than December the 14th, 2020. And that Council defer the date of return to Council the rescindment of Pathway 24, 6 Mile Park from Capital Improvement Program Project D11, Pathway System Connections and Extensions, to no later than January 25th, 2021. And that Council defer the date of return to Council the proposed land use amendment, Section 14.6 re secondary suites and R-M to no later than November the 30th, 2020, and that Council approve the removal of the administrative recommendations, corporate progress report from the status of directed resolutions. And Further be it resolved that council receive the following reports as information. First, the procurement summary report for September 2020. Second, the operational review implementation plan update. And third, council work plan update, October 2020. And further be it resolved that City Council give first reading to the following bylaw. Bylaw 6251, a bylaw of the City of Lethbridge to establish alternative methods of public notification and advertisement. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Members of Council will see the consent agenda in front of them. Two things to highlight. First of all, the public hearing for the establishment of alternative methods of public notification and advertisement will be on November 16th. Also in the consent agenda is the operational review implementation plan update. This will be appearing in this place on the agenda. If members of council have specific things they'd like to pull out and have highlighted, they're to ask the city manager to do that. But I'll just check in. Mr. Dalton, is there anything in particular you'd like to highlight on this particular submission?
Not at this time, Councillor Kaufman.
If there are no questions, then I'll call the question.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? I hear none. Thank you. I now have a resolution from Acting Mayor Parker, adoption of agenda. Resolution is that the agenda of the regular City Council meeting of October the 19th, 2020 be adopted as presented, including all communications as submitted by the City Clerk. City Clerk, are there any amendments to the agenda?
No, Your Worship, there are no amendments or revisions to the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. Acting Mayor Parker?
Being none, I'd call the question, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Spearman?
Question has been called.
Sorry, Mayor Spearman?
Just a second.
Go ahead.
Councillor Kaufman, yeah.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Kaufman. There was a letter that was submitted by, on behalf of the co-chair of RLAC, Patrick Wilson. That was circulated to members of council. My apologies to the clerk. I thought that was going to be added to the agenda today. If that's going to be a problem or a challenge, we can certainly get it on the next meeting, but the request has been that it be included with the agenda package.
Is it going to be part of council updates?
Yes, it will be part of council updates later in the meeting.
Do we need to amend the agenda if it's going to be part of council updates?
I would say no, because updates are usually given by councillors anyway, so it would just be part of the updates usually.
Can it be submitted then as record in the minutes at that time?
Yes, you can ask for it to be part of the corporate record and added at that time, yes, the letter.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay. Okay, there's no required amendments to the agenda. Acting Mayor Parker?
Question, Mr. Mayor.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? I hear none. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to presentations. I'm going to invite the representative of the Lethbridge Police Commission and our police chief, Mr. Shahin Medizadeh, to come and present to council on the Watch, community peace officers, and the police and crisis team, PACT. So beginning with our deputy chair, Mr. Rob Van Spronson is representing the Police Commission today, together with the chief. Mr. Van Spronson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, councillors. So in 2018, council funded 3 initiatives for the Lethbridge Police Commission. That's the Watch program, the community peace officers, and the police and crisis team. And so they've asked us to come back before November 1st, 2020 to report on the last 2 years, and then to make a request to consider funding for the following 2 years. So we have with us Chief Medezada with his team here who will do the presentation on the 3 programs. and his team is here to answer any questions, and I'll be here to answer any questions for the commission.
Thank you. Chief Medezade?
Thank you. Sure, thank you. Thank you for your time and this opportunity. Before I start, just want to thank all the members of the LPS executive and all the team leads who have worked very hard to compile this information, and special thanks to Kamran Ali, who had to get all the information and put it in a sensible format so we can all come here today and provide a presentation. The first presentation is on the, we're starting with the watch program. So on the Ambassador Watch program, which is a new program for Lethbridge. In fact, all these programs are fairly new, and I just wanted to start off with that, what you're going to see is the creation of 3 new programs and the impact they've had on the community within a very short time, and I can only see good things coming as a result of these programs becoming more established. So the first program, we talk about the watch. Go to the next one, please. So in relation to the watch program, I'm just going to do there's lots on this program that I believe council should know. Over the years, there has been consistent calls for initiatives to address the perception of public safety in various areas within the city of Lethbridge. Downtown and city parks have been identified as 2 areas of concern by the citizens, and they feel they are no longer safe in these areas. The Ambassador Watch program proposed for Lethbridge is based on a program that has successfully operated in Winnipeg, Manitoba for many years, and has been critical as part of their changing the public perception in that city. This program is primarily volunteers with a small contingent of the program who are actually paid employees. They act as eyes and ears for the emergency services and enhance safety through visibility, communication with the public. The key is here, they're not the police, but they just, if something comes up, they may call us. They're well positioned to move forward with the initiatives as the majority of the trainers required are in-house and within the corporation of LPS. The Ambassador Watch program would liaise primarily with the downtown policing units. The Lethbridge Police Service is also well positioned to access volunteers from the pre-secondary institutions from the community, which I'll be explaining later how this program is developing youth in the community. This program is also provides an opportunity for our diverse population to get involved and represent different sectors of the ethnicity and population that we look at. The program, the implementation strategy of the program was year 1, obviously the approvals were received, and during that year we had initially hired a manager and recruited the first 12 volunteers, and in year 2 the program grew to 24, and currently there are over 30 volunteers in the program. So this is just some of the stats from the survey, recent survey that was done. Obviously, the 2020 to 2019 stats as far as citizens feeling safe is lower, and it's even grown as far as their safety concerns. The fact is, though, that 88, almost 90% of the population is really appreciative of this program, and they want the program to stay in Lethbridge, because the dissatisfaction, obviously, that the rate of increase, obviously, with the survey has to do with some of the other issues that have been common in the community. But this program is supported by the citizens. When you look at the performance measures and reporting, there's been an increase in the number of successful candidates from diverse backgrounds. I'm not going to repeat the numbers, you see that before you. But this program, we're really looking at making sure diversity is a big key, that people from different backgrounds have an opportunity to take part in the program and develop their skills. Next slide, please. So we are coming to the performance measures as to what the volunteers in this program have done. These numbers, I'm going to present some different numbers because the numbers you see before you were until the end of August. I have the new numbers which include the numbers until the end of September. But the biggest number is almost 3,994 total events that they've been involved in a 16-month period. Majority of those calls, when you look at almost 2,200, they would have been calls to the service, Lethbridge Police Service, that our officers would have had to attend. So they've taken that workload away from the frontline workers, and volunteers have been able to deal with those issues. Again, they're doing a lot of good work from assisting businesses, de-escalation of issues in downtown core, found properties, wellness checks, and location checks. So these volunteers are very active, very keen, young women and men in the community who are getting some good direction and getting a lot of development opportunities to serve their community. Next slide, please. The volunteer hours have increased somewhat, but we are looking at thousands of hours of volunteer work that's going through in this community. And again, the numbers speak for themselves as to what we have. Now, the number 29 lives saved is increased to 32 lives saved. I don't believe you can ever put a value on when we save a life in the community. And these folks have been able to provide that service to the needy population, and to date, 32 lives have potentially been saved by their efforts and action in the downtown core. And they do provide support and access to resources to the people who are victimized in other incidents too. So again, they do more than just walk around and look for overdose. They're doing a lot more work, as explained before, to serve their community. Next slide, please. Again, these are some of the other accomplishments. They're developing partnerships, which is a key. From identifying stolen vehicles, property, and increasing access service to marginalized persons in relation to drugs, shelter, housing, etc. They're very engaged on that front too. So again, I'm not going to walk through all these, but these speak for themselves as to the kind of work they're doing in the community and how they're serving the interest of the citizens in this city. So the risk of not continuing with this program, obviously, there are many. One big reason a big thing that's not even on here is, again, as I mentioned a few times, this program is really providing an opportunity for our youth to develop leadership skills in the community. And right now we have many volunteers, and that pool is growing. And by not providing that opportunity, I believe we are missing a big key effort from our perspective to develop the youth in the community. But if this program was ceased to exist, all the calls that I mentioned to you before would be referred to the police, and it's going to be tying up our frontline police officers. And in fact, based on the capacity that we don't have, it will basically result in police not attending to many calls because we just can't go to every call. We'll be dealing with more deaths in the community. Again, they've saved 32 lives. So, as I mentioned before, you can't put a value on human life, and these folks have saved many lives with their efforts as to walking around and serving the community. There'll be loss of high visibility, and there'll be gap with our marginalized community that they're not going to get the service that we are currently providing to them. And obviously the business owners in downtown, employees, and everyone else coming downtown, these volunteers, they do make them feel safer when they're downtown. And if we were to remove that, unfortunately, we can't replace them with the gun-carrying police officers to take their place. So they're significant from that public safety and perception perspective as well, the downtown core. So my recommendation is this program is going to continue to stay. The first and second year, I believe there was some money that was returned to the city because we didn't spend that money, and that had to do with the program was approved. However, because it was new, it took some time to get going. But majority of the cost of this program has to do with some of the paid staff and also uniform, naloxone packages, etc. for the volunteers. So the program, the way the expense, it may sound like, but we are getting 32 volunteers at any time serving the community. So most of the program is at no charge, but it does cost money for those basic functions that we need to fund people to be providing the service. So my recommendation is for the program to be funded on a permanent basis and becomes a part of providing the service that LPS can provide a community without using police officers at a much higher rate to be out there.
Thank you, Chief. It's now time for questions from council. Are there any questions from council on the Watch program?
Mr. Mayor, it's Joe. I have some.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. Chief, I'm just looking at the presentation, and if I'm reading this correctly, in 2019, there were 17, I'm looking at this slide that's entitled Performance Measure and Reporting. And it says an increase in the number of successful applicants hired from diverse backgrounds. So we went from a staff of 17 in 2019 to 28 in 2020. Am I reading that correct? Are those 17 and 28? Are those paid employees?
No, they are not. They're basically most of them are volunteers.
Okay, so how many paid employees do we have in the Watch program?
There's a manager, and I believe. Let me just confirm that. 8? 13? There are 13 paid employees.
13 paid employees. Okay, and thank you for that. And I also, looking at the financials slide where it shows the annual budget of 1.155 million and the actual of 1.0, the variance of 56. Can you tell me, or can you give me a breakdown of how the 1.098 actual is spent for this program?
annual
Like,
budget.
it'd be nice to have sorry, for me, Mr. Chief, I'm sorry to interrupt. For me, it would be beneficial to see how much goes to, to salaries, just a more detailed breakdown of the nearly $1.1 million that's spent. Could you provide that to us?
Just 1 second. We have that. I can find that out for you in no time. Thank you. The 1.098 million spent has to do with the 2 years of the program. So.
While you're looking for that, and you can provide that to me or to council at a later date, my final question, if I may, Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
is if this is such an important piece of work in the police service, why wouldn't you find a way of absorbing this in the entire police budget?
Well, the answer to your second question is absorbing this program into the existing police budget would mean that we have to go with fewer police officers on the road. And we can't afford to do that because if we were to spend $600,000 of our budget, that would be equal to a few positions, fewer police officers that we are going to have. We already are in a position that we don't even have enough the way it is to cut down on our police officers. So if we do that, then there's going to be significant less service that's going to be provided to the community based on even higher priority calls. So this program is important, but to maintain the numbers that we have within the police department is more important because those folks are doing the frontline police work that they need to do, and they're already overtasked. So by this program being funded with our current budget, our budget is basically, majority of it is salaries and people. So if we were to take this out of our own existing budget, that would mean fewer police officers on the front line.
So that would be the only solution, is you would have to have fewer police officers. You've looked at the budget, and that is the best way. If this is such an important program, the only way you can be done is, if I heard you correctly, was that that we would have less police officers.
There would
correct?
Yes, there would be less police officers, and again, all the calls with the numbers that we are getting right now, calls per police officers and the workload, is going to significantly impair our ability to serve the public based on calls that are coming in and how we can support policing operations. These programs, just wanted to add, these are programs that actually are costing the city a lot less money compared to actually police officers performing the function. Is this a program that sky is going to fall if we wasn't there? No, but there's going to be significant impact on how service is delivered to the public. And based on the perception of the public and what these people are doing, as I said, the fact that they're out there saving lives throughout the year, that itself, our police officers will not be able to do that based on the other priorities that they have. I have some information on the budget here. If you just ask Kamran to come and can you come here and show me these numbers, please? For the salary dollars. This was.
Chief, it may be just as easy for you to send that to council at your convenience.
Sure, but just in short, in 2020, like 324,000 approximately was on salary, and the rest of it had to do with training and other components. So I would say about maybe 50%, a little bit more than that, is committed to salaries, and rest is for training, uniform, equipment, etc. But
Thank
we
you.
can send that information.
Yeah, thank you. I'll hop out, Mr. Mayor. I may have a few more.
Okay, are there any other questions from council? Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I guess officially welcome you to a council meeting,
Thank
Chief.
you.
Well, I just couple of things. Just you being new to the city, but having been in law enforcement a long time, and have seen a varied a selection of how policing is done. I just wanted to know, as you come into the city, what was your impression of how the watch was run and the kind of work that it was done? What was your overall take of what's been going on?
My first contact with Watch was when actually my wife and I were here doing our house hunting, and when I saw them, I was quite pleased with these volunteers walking around on their own time, and basically the perception of safety was great as a citizen, not even as a chief of police at the time. So I think I share that from many different citizens that I've spoken to about the Watch program in this community. So they are making a difference with what they do, and every day they're out there helping this city to promote that sense of safety in the downtown core, which we all know has been a big issue. And we're just trying to do whatever we can to provide that level of safety for people. Now, I know that's not going to be something that's going to be done with just a few people walking around, but over time, I believe this program, as it gets more established, is going to be even more impactful in people feeling that sense of security in the city.
And just one last question, just as you, and I don't know if you can answer this right now, but after 2 years, what has your staff said are some of the things that need to maybe be fine-tuned, a couple of changes that might help with everything that's going on downtown? And I know one of the thoughts was the change in color of the uniforms might be appropriate. Is that something you've addressed?
I haven't heard anything to those effects, but if changing the color of the uniform is what's keeping this program to continue, really, at the end, that's a very small thing to consider. I think the big discussion here is, are the folks, the people who are actually putting whatever uniform or color of shirts they're putting on, are they making a positive impact in the community? And I truly believe that they are.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Miyashiro.
I think Councillor Kaufman was ahead of me.
No, he's after you.
Oh. Chief, welcome. As was stated previously, one of the things that it's probably fair to let you know that we've been told many times around the horseshoe that about 75% of all police work in Lethbridge, and in fact throughout much of Canada, is actually not police work, but almost borders on mental health work or social work. In fact, some of us were at a presentation at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities conference in Edmonton, and we listened to the Solicitor General for Saskatchewan and the Saskatoon Police Chief, who described in great detail how only about 25% of the work that the police force in Saskatchewan was doing was related to actual police work. So it'd be great if you could revisit those numbers with some of your senior officers, because if 25% of the work that you're doing is actual police work, then perhaps it would be better to have more community-based officers and more support type services operating to help people than more police officers. Is that a fair assessment? Is that something that perhaps it would be I think a prudent thing for you to do is maybe talk to some of the people in your staff about what has been told to City Council over the last couple of budgets?
You're somewhat right in that do every call coming into the police department has to do with the policing duties? The answer is no. However, we are called to actually be there for people's safety. Even when calls are coming into other agencies, when they have to respond, they always want police officers to be there with them for their safety. So is that a police call? No, but do we need to be there to make sure people are safe? Yes. So there's those discussions around that. When you talk about mental health and addiction, is that a police function? No. But we are always called to them because they're causing behavior that police needs to attend, and regardless of whose criteria or whose mandate it is, police has to be there for safety of even those responders. So, and again, these issues also translate into crime, assaults, robberies, etc., that the police now becomes police's problem. But the source of the problem is maybe something different, but when these events are happening, police is called and we have to respond to them. So again, that's a big, very complex discussion that I would love to have, provided other agencies who are actually need to be more on board on these fronts are actually doing the job that they need to do, so the calls don't come to the police. But today, in our world today, status quo means more work for the police, and that's the only thing we have to share with you.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Chief, just to echo everyone else, welcome. I know that this is your first meeting, so thank you very much. Just on the issue of calls, when you're talking about calls to the watch, are these predominantly through PSCC? Are they the non-emergency line to the LPS, or do they come in directly to the watch? How are people finding the group?
I don't believe their calls go directly to the watch. Let me just double check on that.
Do you want to answer?
I have the watch manager to answer that.
Yes, if Mr. Cove has that information, that'd be great. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Cove.
Hi. So the beauty of the watch is that most of the work that we do, when you saw the number regarding the 2,100 approximately calls that were potentially police service calls that were not, is because the watch members are out on patrol and they find this stuff before people call the police. For example, last week when I was out with my crew, because I still go out on the street and work with my crew, we found an individual who was in need of some supports. Back in the old days when I was in the police service, those were things where people would open their back door, find this individual is sleeping in the alley behind their door. That would be a call to the police. So a police officer would come. Effectively, they'd come in. Lots of times they would assume that they were intoxicated, that kind of stuff. In this particular case, the individual was intoxicated, but all they needed was a ride to the shelter. So we arranged that. And we divert those 2,100 calls that you saw that were on the chief's statistic was about times when the watch people find things, or sometimes a citizen will come up and approach us and say, hey, this is here, there, or the other place. We will manage it by, sometimes a person needs an ambulance. Sometimes they just need a ride. Sometimes they just need some other connection with a service that we have in the community that we can do without involving the police. So you end up looking at, in that one particular statistic that you had in that slide, in excess of 1 FTE for numbers of people that were there, and the cost of what one police officer would be, because that's the amount of hours that you get. And that's how the work generally comes to the watch, is by what's on patrol. We have the phone, the watch walk phone, that sometimes people call us, so they'll arrange the safe walks. And sometimes they'll let us know that they might have an individual that's in their business, that their behavior, for the most part, is annoying or perhaps inconvenient, but it's certainly not something that's criminal or something that requires a police officer to deal with. So the police officers are dealing with the complaints that require policing services with respect to criminal investigations, investigation of a provincial statute, or perhaps a bylaw, those kinds of things, whereas the watch members will come along and deal with stuff with one of the slides that you saw up there, de-escalation, talking to an individual, working on relationships. 80% of the time, the watch people will show up at a particular business and they will know the individual. Hey, what's going on? I had lunch with a person who was homeless at the Penny Coffee House the other day, and got him, he got fed, got moved along, found the resources that he needed, and made that happen without somebody calling the police. And that's the impetus of the watch. It creates capacity for the police service by us managing those kinds of things so the police officers don't have to, like we used to have to do in the old days. I hope that answers the question.
And I'm just going to add to that when I believe one of the councillors asked about community programs. This is certainly a community program, because if we didn't have watch, we're just going to be asking for more police officers. So this is a much cheaper way to actually get the citizens, the youth in the community engaged and take that pressure both from the police and also other agencies that may be called to deal with these folks.
Thank you. If I can ask Mr. Cove a follow-up question before he goes and sits down. Thank you. So when you talk about this type of response, and it ends up being proactive, and some of it is luck of being there, being in the neighborhood. When the watch members have the opportunity to call DOT or phone for an ambulance, arrange a ride, whatever the situation may be, are they keeping track of, or maybe let's just get right to the crux of the point here, are you seeing specific resources that we don't have in the community that we really could be, that we're lacking, that watch members could be accessing, could be referring to, could be requiring? And I'm speaking about dealing with the people that they're interacting with.
Yes, as a matter of fact. So since I came on board as the manager, I started out as a volunteer. Since I came on board as a manager, there's been an opportunity to start directing where the watch was going and dealing with some of the social issues that are facing our community that became police problems because we didn't know who to deal with them. As of late, in partnership with lots of people in the downtown area, recognizing the significant volume of stakeholders and people who are our business partners with respect to delivering safety in the downtown area, there's been a number of social pieces that we've started to pick up on. For example, a couple of weeks ago, we had a young lady who had indicated to us that she was ready for detox, ready for treatment. So that started us into looking at how do we get people, as watch members, how do we help somebody get into detox? How do we help somebody get into treatment? It allowed us to open the door from the shelter with the Lethbridge facility that we have here for treatment, for bringing the Spirit home in Standoff and the Kainai Treatment Center to get people from our community to wherever we can find capacity. And we had a small piece to play, but it was great in those partnerships and having those conversations and connections with those social organizations to be able to provide that kind of service to an individual. You may have heard about the fire that we recently had on the west side. In the last week alone, as a matter of fact, while our individuals were walking through Park Place Mall, they were stopped by an individual who lost his home in the Highlands Apartments. He was making application through Housing First, needed help with his application. Our people sat down, helped him with his application. He didn't have access to a telephone, so we let him use the watch phone so that when they need to have contact with him, to put him into a home, which gets him off the street, which doesn't make him that inconvenient person or that person who people will tend to call the police about, to help him start to get into service. Some of the other services that we've built partnerships with, such as Children's Services, for example. Sometimes children are in care when their parents are homeless or addicted or both. And it provides an opportunity where they contact us, where if we know somebody who is currently on the street, there might be a hearing in relation to their child. In spite of the fact that they're homeless and addicted, they're still somebody's parents. They're still somebody's children, for that matter, to touch on what the chief said about saving lives. But nonetheless, we move along to be able to find that person, hey, Children's Services needs to have contact with you, so we'll make a call to their worker, or we'll put them in touch with their worker so they'll know to go to see their worker with a particular issue. Same holds true with community corrections. So there's another problem out there. If you don't report on your community corrections orders, you get breached on it, you end up with more trouble with the law than you initially had, which creates more stuff that the police have to deal with. For example, breach probation, those kinds of things when they're taken into custody, if a police officer has to deal with them. Probation will contact us and ask us, hey, have you seen so-and-so out on the street. They haven't reported to us for a while. All they want to know is that the individual is still in the community and is still out and about. So we can say, yes, we ran into them yesterday, they were in the park, or they were here, there, the other way. It keeps them connected with community corrections, where we can say to them, hey, your community corrections worker wants you to have contact with them, so you need to go and report, and it avoids them being breached. The trouble that we have, Councillor Kaufman, is that we don't know what we don't know, and every day is a new experience where I'm always open to finding out what's something new that we can do, something that we do that's proactive, that stops the police from having to do duties that are effectively not business of the police, and allows us to be able to build on those partnerships and do good things for people in spite of their lot in life, and the number of things that are piled against them with homelessness and addiction, those kinds of things. But those are the people that the police end up dealing with the most. And the more of those people that we can connect with services and keep them out of the radar of the police, the less work the police have to do with dealing with those kinds of things, and the more that the finite number of police officers that we currently have in the police service are able to interject into actual police matters, criminal matters, provincial statute investigations, and those kinds of things.
Thank you, Mr. Cove. If you have a moment, if there are services that you're seeing or that that the volunteers are running into that we are missing in this community, appreciate you sending a letter to Mayor and Council stating those. Part of our role, of course, is advocacy, and if there are things we need to be addressing in this community, we want to make sure we're covering them all. So thank you very much for the information. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Always, Councillor Kaufman. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and my apologies. It's just to follow up on the questions regarding the social issues. That's what a question I had, but I think Mr. Cove has already answered that, so I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions from council on the Watch program? I see none, so we can move on to community peace officers.
Thank you. Go to the next slide, please. So the Community Peace Officers were a program that started in 2019 to basically bring in a different layer of policing service without having to, at a lower cost, to again provide the service that the police doesn't need to be attending with a gun, so to have other people perform that function. This is not a new model, and in fact, none of the programs I'm talking to you are really new in the world of policing. These are established programs that have been going on for years, which are proving themselves very effective to make sure the police is focused on doing police work, and other things that can be attended by using other resources at a lower cost can be actually be achieved in this way. This is, as the slide shows, these are the employees who perform duties and functions that do not need a fully trained police officer, but they do need some training to be able to perform those functions. So it's kind of a middle between if you compare it to the watch CPOs and then the police. That's how this program rates within that hierarchy. These folks are in uniform, are CPOs, and they do proactive foot patrol and have visibility. They enable our officers to focus on the higher priority calls, and basically by taking some of the lower priority calls from the police officers. And they always engage in the proactive engagement. Basically, in short, this is the one way of providing police service at a reduced cost, which is when you have the discussions about police defunding. Really, that's what it translates into. Some of these programs is providing the service public expects, but at much lower cost. The implementation strategy was in 2019, where basically some few CPOs were trained. When I came here about a month and a half ago, we had 10 CPOs who were actually working and engaged, and currently we have 5 more CPOs based on the initial approval of 15 CPOs who are in training right now, and they're getting the training with CPOs from other locations as well, which provides us an opportunity to train other CPOs and charge the money back because we have an approved program in this city right now. Next slide, please. So here's the stats on how they've been performing. The 2020 numbers are much more because in 2019, when the program was approved, it took several months before they actually were hired, trained, and were able to provide the service. But the 2020 numbers are based on 10 CPOs that we had, and with additional 5 more, you can only see that increasing significantly. They do a lot of work in relation to, they get both dispatch and they also show up to occurrences on their own, but they're taking a lot of calls away again from the frontline gun-carrying police officers that otherwise it would all fall onto the LPS sworn officers if these CPOs weren't around. I think one question is, what were we doing before the CPOs came into existence? Well, all these calls were going to the police, and a lot of calls were not even being attended to just because there was no capacity. Now the public has the option to call, and a lot of these calls are being responded to, which provides the significant work that they do to support public safety and the perception that I talked to you that no call is too small, and if depending on the nature of the call, it's either a CPO or a police officer who would attend to them. The CPOs also are approved and authorized to issue violation tickets, so they're also generating revenue for the community. So CPOs they have different functions within LPS. One is obviously some patrol functions depending on the calls for service and some of the calls that they can attend to. They're assuming judicial interim release roles. They're working in areas that before we had a sworn police officer, now we can actually replace those folks with a CPO at a much lower cost. They provide that downtown response and self-sufficient unit, so they work on their own, and if they need more support from sworn members, they call us. We have an approved CPO training, as I mentioned before, which provides us the opportunity to train CPOs from other locations, as we are right now. And as you know, we have 60 Nation who has, I believe we have 2 of their CPOs we are training with a class going on today. So statistical data, this was kind of confusing for me when I first looked at it, but it's basically average calls, occurrences that the CPO takes versus a police officer. Again, the police officers, their type of occurrences is more criminal-based, based on investigations, and CPOs doesn't have that component to it. But again, when you look at a dispatch and a reporting officer is the third piece to talk about. There might be an incident that 20 officers show up to a call, but 1 officer writes the report. That's when the reporting officer is the individual who actually submits the report. So that number was kind of interesting for me because when I looked at the numbers above, it didn't add up, but it has to do with the person who actually submits the report versus anyone who is attending a call. The response time, obviously, from 2019 to 2020 has been reduced by 10 seconds, which again is a positive thing, and I'll be very interested to eventually look at future response time to see if that in fact is actually adding more, reducing that time for calls by our unit. This is the money that has been spent to date. There's been large variances both in 2019 and 2020 that have been given back to the city. The variances obviously has to do with the staffing levels, and in 2019, because it took a while for the program to get started and people being hired, etc. And in 2020, we are looking at approximately $400,000 variance, but because we just hired the 5 who are in training right now, so that number may change a little bit, but regardless, there's going to be some variance that will be given back to the city because we are not spending that money. Next slide, please. So the risk of not having CPOs, again, we are looking at added pressure on the frontline police officers and basically increase response time for non-emergency calls. And in fact, I go to the limb to say that some non-emergency calls may not even be answered based on the numbers they're taking on right now. And our capacity within our zone police are doing. There'll be visibility, issues with the visibility and reduce police officers to patrol. Because if our officers are going from call to call with the increased numbers, you're not going to get that visibility aspect in the community. The third point basically highlights the second point. It's going to be reduced presence. And the last point is by taking CPOs out of the equation, we will be looking at adding police officers to meet the demands of what we are facing today. So this is a program that's doing the job at a lower cost to the community. Next slide, please. Again, our recommendation is to continue funding the CPO program because it's become in a short time, it's been in existence. It's shown its utility and impact to the community. And I believe the community is getting that service that they are expecting right now. By taking this program, we are taking from providing the service that we have been in the last 2 years. So, and again, as I mentioned before, this is not a new program. This is, I believe, Lethbridge Police Service and City of Lethbridge just catching up to some of these programs that have been very meaningful and providing a service to the community at lower cost. And now is a time to continue funding these programs to make this city and this police department a police department for the year 2020. That is expected of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I've just been informed that our councillors who are participating on Microsoft Teams can't hear. They have read the presentation, so they haven't missed anything in the content in total. Councillor Higgin, are you out there? Councillor Higgin had a question, so we're waiting to hear. We'll just have a momentary interruption while we get our council colleagues back online.
Can they hear us?
Hello? Can you hear us?
Madam Clerk, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
How would we know?
She usually waves.
I can't see the meeting, so you're ahead of me.
I can see Mayor Spearman.
They can hear us.
They can hear us? Okay.
We can hear you.
Stop talking then.
Can you hear us? You can't hear us, but we can hear you. Okay, we'll take a momentary recess. We have to have councillors participating. We will be back for questions as soon as we solve the technological issue.
Sorry, can't hear.
Yeah. And there's not much point in me telling them that we can hear them.
Could that have anything to do with Ryan's mic being muted, or if that's just...
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh well.
All right. I hope they text us when they figured it out.
I could hear myself talking again from the question I asked from the watch discussion, which is kind of weird.
They are taking a recess to try to figure it out in case you haven't read the text thread.
Yeah.
How hard can this be?
I don't know. All right. I'm going to go get another coffee.
Can you hear us now?
need
Councillors
more- we need more
Kaufman, Carlson,
Japanese
Miyashiro, can you hear us?
Yes,
Yes.
can hear
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Stand by.
You need more Japanese people in that.
I'm just going to call the meeting back to order.
office.
Okay, we'll resume questions. So we just completed the presentation on the community peace officers, CPOs. Councillor Higgin had a question. Councillor Higgin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. This is for the CPOs, right? That's where we ended, correct?
Yeah, CPO is correct.
Okay. Okay. A question I have, and I know one of them was answered here: the sworn officers. How many have moved to, or sorry, how many CPOs have moved to sworn officers? So that's answered. The next one is there's funding for CPOs that was budgeted for, and yet we didn't hire all that we should have because in light of COVID, et cetera. And I was just curious to know where that funding went, or is that still just sitting as a balance in that particular fund?
Back, and in 2020, whatever is spent will be given back. So it's not the money that we can really, from my understanding, it's a fenced funding that if we don't use it, it has to go back to the city. So that's what we are doing. The reason I explained the variance is there were good reasons why we had too much money left in those accounts. Had to do with obviously 2020 with COVID and 2019 the program being new. I was just reminded just to talk about, even though it's a new program for Lethbridge, in fact this program is ahead of other programs based on the way it's been set up and managed, and also some of the powers and authorities that our CPOs have is actually very unique. So we are leading the way on that front. So we are behind time to get the CPOs, but we are trying to get right ahead of time by getting the designations that they need to do the work they do in the community.
Thank you.
All right. And,
I'll just ask the city treasurer to confirm on the funding surpluses.
Mayor Spearman, just wanted to confirm that the surpluses within a department, specifically the police, is looked at over the budget cycle. In 2019, they had approximately a $500,000 carryover, which was then allocated, 500,000 was allocated to reduce the 2020 budget on a one-time basis while we transition to figure out what that might look like going forward. So at this point, that amount has been returned and was used to reduce the budget pressure in that year when we did not increase our property taxes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next question, Councillor Hagan.
Yes, the next question is regarding the CPOs. We've heard a lot of different services that they provide throughout the community, and things that a sworn officer, for example, doesn't have to be at. A question I would have is I've seen a number of police officers attend these the LOPS tents that have been throughout our parks, and I'm just curious to know if that is something that a community peace officer could actually be at, as I see the resources hours and hours and hours each evening, where we have a couple, 2, 3 police officers attend these sworn officers. Is that something that a CPO could actually do?
Yes.
I guess a question for the chief.
Yes, and in fact, I've been discussing that with the executive team to see if we can morph into deploying more CPOs to look after that tent, and if they need help from the sworn officer, they can call one in. But again, just hang on. Has that been done? Or are the CPOs going to that tent, right? What they're watching. Yeah. Okay. I've been told that it is happening. The only thing is that because they don't have the full authorities of a police officer, their role is very limited. But we have been using them to keep an eye on that tent.
But they could then call a sworn officer if needed. Then I guess, right?
That's correct.
Thank you very much, Chief, and again, welcome to council.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Again, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Van Fransen, for being here. Mr. Mayor, if I can, through you to, it's a question on process, so through you to the city clerk or agenda review committee. 2 weeks ago, we had very similar presentations and requests from community groups, where we actually just changed them to submissions and then referred them all to Finance Committee during budget talks next month. Why is this different?
It was a direction from council when the budget was approved for the watch and the peace officers and PACT. There was also a resolution from council that they report to city council quarterly.
So this is just the quarterly report.
Yes.
It seems like a budget request, so I'm just wondering why it wasn't referred to finance. Anyways.
I guess what they're doing is as they're doing their quarterly report, they're also saying that they're expressing an opinion on the value of the program.
All right.
But this is just their quarterly report.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll wait till the end of the presentation to make my other questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions from councillors on the Community Peace Officer Program?
Mr. Mayor, if I may say that part of the resolution on these programs were for us to come after a 2-year period to ask funding for 2 more, because these programs were for 4-year funding. And this is actually part of that discussion to continue with the funding of the programs as well.
Okay, so again, there was an additional resolution that after 2 years there would have to be a request for additional funding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that answer. I believe we also had that request to the community groups, and all we did was refer them to finance. Just it seems like we're treating similar requests differently.
Okay. Final presentation is on the PACT program. So, Chief.
Thank you. So the police and crisis team is a team, that a very small team at this point, that is providing service to basically provide better service to the mental health individuals suffering from mental health in the community, which the program ties, actually partners a police officer and a mental health worker to work together to deal with the mental health crisis and citizens who are suffering from that. So this obviously deals with people with addictions and other mental health issues, and this team gets the referrals in place and provides the people with the service they need, versus police being called for those calls and basically doing what we do best, putting handcuffs on people. This program actually provides the support that people actually need to hopefully get them the assistance they need. And the team actually, what they do is, again, there's only one team, but they work on clients that use the services of both AHS and the police, tying up those resources based on their conditions and what they're suffering. Next slide, please. So again, it's self-explanatory. They connect people with housing, financial services when needed, consultation. One thing about this program is not police-driven. In fact, the program is an AHS program, and police is a partner in this program. This is not something that we own, but we are partnering in that in the form of one FTE, sworn police officers, to provide the service. But we see huge value in it because what this program does is it, again, diverts people to get the support they need versus police dealing with them all the time, and also provides a little bit of a segue for to people to get the services that they need versus, again, as I mentioned before, being called by police, being called to have to deal with them every day. They do monitor individuals for a short term, and they're going to be getting more aggressive to actually provide a more responsive way of dealing with the mental health patients that they are dealing with, versus after the service is done, the FYIs we call it. But again, at this time the program is only one team, so we just have to manage it with the way it works. But it is providing those mental health patients who need the support to connect them to the right agencies and support groups. Next. So here is some of the work they've been doing from 2019 to 2020. As you can see, they're getting a lot of reviewing a lot of occurrences after the fact, and based on that, they're getting the information that they need to monitor some clients and eventually follow up with a few to make sure that they're getting the support they need. The numbers may not be much, but sometimes these 67 or 47 in 2020 so far, these are people who contribute to a lot of calls for service for the police. And if they are not managed properly, some of these clients, they're producing several calls a day per individual to the police that we need to go respond to. So that's the big takeaway from this, is they do provide the people with the help they need, so the calls don't come to the police. This is one of those areas that we talked about. I believe one of the councillors asked about programs that are not really police related, but we have to respond to them. This is one of them, that if we get the right professional, right agencies to provide service to the public, it just reduces the call for service. Because when being mental health or anything, when things are not, the citizens see behavior that's not normal, typical answer is calling the police to deal with it, and that's what they do, and that's what we have to go to them. This is actually a good program to hopefully reduce the number of some of those calls. Next slide, please. So this is, again, as I mentioned before, it's an AHS program from my perspective, not a police program, but we partner with them because we see huge value in it to deal with, to help people with mental health and crisis. It's building a good relationship and partnership between police and AHS that is really significant in this day and age with the addiction and mental health issues that we are facing. I believe this partnership is only needs to get even stronger because we are both dealing with similar clients and they're tying up resources from both agencies' perspective. They are assisting individuals in connecting with the right services, as I mentioned before. And again, the last piece is diverting calls for service to some clients and getting them the appropriate resources they need. Next slide, please. So this is the money that we are spending. Basically, this is based on one FTE sworn police officer who needs to be in the program. And we've spent that money every year because of the, again, it's just one sworn officer. Next slide, please. So the risk of not having this program, again, this is a program, I believe, we used to call it CAR 10 when I worked in BC many, many years ago. They just started in Lower Mainland and eventually it became a thing for all the police departments to have. This program has obviously in the last few years has grown in Alberta where we have Cadillac models like Edmonton, Red Deer, Calgary, and Lethbridge being the third largest city in the province, I believe, is a program that we need to keep going with because the risks are the mental health patients and people with addictions are going to keep getting thrown in jail, which is not going to do them any good or do the community any good. This way they're getting the response that they need, the support they need from the professionals, but also police officer being there to make sure everyone is safe. We are going to be, so far we've always been reactive, and this is a way to become more proactive to deal with some of these patients and people who are suffering from mental health. There'll be increase in police and emergency service calls for hospital visits, etc. This program is actually helping us to reduce those times and not have our sworn officers staying in hospitals for hours and hours trying to deal with a mental health patient when we are actually taking them to hospitals. It's actually freeing up those officers based on the expertise that we're getting to allow them to do their police work. And again, lots of that collaborative relationship and partnership because we are finding more and more over the years, AHS and police are kind of tied, they do different functions, but they're tied at the hip in certain areas, and this is one of them. Then you have people with mental health in the community that need help, and it becomes both our jobs to how do we serve them best. Next slide, please. I'm asking for, again, permanent funding for PACT because, again, it's the statistics on PACT are not as relevant and as visible as the other programs I talked about, but it is having an impact, even with one team, to make sure that some of these mental health patients and people in crisis are getting the right help they need versus spending some time in our facilities and then keep returning every day because of the calls. Next slide, please. I'm open to any questions in relation to this program.
Okay, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Again, gentlemen, thank you for the presentation. My question is, I kind of waited till the end because my question is on all three, and I think you sort of answered parts of this throughout. But council's been fairly focused on priority-based budgeting. If these three initiatives are priorities of the commission, and so I guess to Mr. Van Spronsen, has the commission been looking at ways to reduce other areas of the budget in order to fund these initiatives? So if these are priorities, what could be shifted? What isn't a priority that could be shifted? Has the commission looked at that?
I can speak to parts of this. In 2018, when we were dealing with the crisis, the opioid crisis, the commission said, "Look, we need something to deal with that. We need to put some more frontline officers on. What are we going to do?" Council gave us the money to try some experiments. We tried the CPO program. We trying the watch program. The PACT thing's a little bit different, but it's again related to that. But giving us the money for this 2 or 4 year program, it allows us to try to tweak the system, to try to put something in place and see how we can make it work without having to sacrifice what we already have. So and I'm not speaking on behalf of the commission. This hasn't been a full discussion yet, but my assumption would be that after we've looked at these programs, we can then say, okay, how can we change or implement our budget to incorporate some of these things? The money now allows us to tweak, to experiment, try these different things out, and then move forward with in the next budget cycle. So does that answer your question?
I think what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the commission thinks that they need the full 4 year cycle in order to see the impacts and make any decisions?
Yes, that would be, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Further, through you, Mayor Spearman, to either the city manager or Mr. Van Spronsen, perhaps, it's council directed the city manager through resolution to reduce or to look at ways to reduce our operating budget by 5 and 10%. I guess city manager, I'm not sure if that included in your purview, LPS.
Yes, the LPS did participate in that.
Okay, so thank you. So to Mr. Van Spronsen, will there be some opportunities presented to council about those reductions? And when can we hope to see those?
Those are good questions. I don't have an answer at the moment. We have a commission meeting coming up at the end of the month, and I'll bring it up there and to get you an answer to that.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
And just to add to that, council will be making decisions in November on the whole budget. So it's incumbent on the commission to present all options. Today we heard about 3 specific initiatives, but we'd be looking at the whole $36 million budget and looking to understand how the police will be participating in cost reductions that will have to be shared by all other departments. Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. My question is regarding the PAC team, and I'm just curious to know, maybe an answer from the chief or someone he'll designate. Is there an opportunity to reallocate? We heard about how important the PAC team is as far as the mental health issues, etc. Is there an opportunity to maybe reallocate some of the funding to increase the size of the PAC, not more funding, but maybe transfer of funding as needed to grow that particular group? As I know, we've got one person from AHS and 1 officer in there. Is that something that we could look at, or that, sorry, you could look at for just to deal with mental health issues?
Yes, in fact, I've been in contact with AHS executives for the region and even for the pilot to see if in the summertime we can increase that to 2 teams when we don't have school resource officers in schools, to increase that team by 2. But again, that's not so much my decision. I'm just a partner. It's up to AHS to also make commitments and provide the extra resources that's needed. I haven't got any answers to this point, but there's certainly appetite. The perfect model would be to have 4 teams, actually, one with each patrol team, to be providing 24/7 service, timely service to these people suffering from mental health. But again, I can just about speak on our behalf. AHS is really the lead in this program, and until they make that determination and request, I'm not in a position to ask if to actually provide more bodies, because for one police officer, we need 1 AHS staff.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that answer. And also another question I have is the hours. Now, the questions that I get as a counselor in the community is that the hours they work are pretty much bankers' hours, the PAC team. And I'm just curious to know that a lot of the different concerns that we deal with on a regular basis for those suffering with mental health concerns or issues are dealt with 24 hours a day. And you indicated you're trying to look at something to maybe help with that. In the current way that it is set up, is there the timing that these members are working, is that also directed by AHS? And so, for example, if it's a 9 to 5, it couldn't be a noon to 8 or whatever. Is that something that AHS indicates or passes on?
I have initiated discussions to change the model of how they've been providing service from reactive, which is when our patrol teams go on the road and they identify clients that could be using this help. They write a note to them, and then they come in during the day times, review those files, and see if there is a candidate or that can identify those candidates to get the help. So I've asked AHS if we can modify that to become more hands-on, responsive service versus reactive. They're going to explore their options. I know the programs like that do exist in the province, so I don't think we are reinventing the whole ideology behind it. But again, it's their program. We need to make sure they are in support of it as well as we partner. But those discussions are going on, and I'm hoping to get some positive feedback. If that goes on, you're absolutely right. We are going to change their shifts to be more responsive of the times and the clients they are dealing with versus day shifts.
Thank you. And my last question, if I could, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Is for our city treasurer, what is the percentage again of funding for, well, I guess how would I put this? Is it the police, actually the LPS, that has that budget amount again for the HS, or AHS obviously gives a allotment for this particular individual to be on the PAC team? What is our cost in that for the PAC? I think it was earlier. Do you know what that amount is? And I'm not sure who can answer that. Maybe it's not the city treasurer.
In the presentation? 127,300 in 2020 and 124,000 in 2019.
And that's just for our side of things, correct?
That's just the police side, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions from councillors? I see none, so we will thank you for your presentation today, and we'll ask you to take seats in the audience while we deal with the resolution. I'm going to ask Acting Mayor Parker to read the resolution because I am sponsoring it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I have the following resolution signed by yourself. Police initiatives, the Watch, community peace officers, and police and crisis team. 4.1, be resolved that the reports of the Lethbridge Police Service new initiatives, the Watch, community peace officers, and police and crisis team be accepted as presented, and further be resolved that this information be forwarded to the November 23rd, 2020 Finance Committee meeting for consideration. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much. We had asked for updates on these programs. This is the final update before council decides whether or not they will approve additional funding to the police for the next 2 years. So we now have some more documentation to evaluate the validity of each of these 3 programs, which were in addition to the base budget when they were approved 2 years ago. Having said that, council will evaluate all budget initiatives, including the base budget for Lethbridge Police Services, in the month of November when we are assessing how to spend money for the next 2 years. So I think that's all I should say at this point, and ask for council's support.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Considering that you're opening as well, is there any other members of council that would like to speak to this? Seeing the queue is empty, I'll take that as your closing, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Question's been called. All those in favor? Anyone opposed online? I'll take that as unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's 3:20, roughly. We have 2 more presentations. 4.2, is Mr. Kelly here?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Kelly? There's 6 recommended initiatives. Probably take us, my guess is close to 4 o'clock. Council ready to, do we want to take a break or do we want to begin the next presentation?
I'm fine with the next one.
Okay, we're going to continue. Welcome Mr. Kelly and Mr. Malcolm. Please proceed with your presentation.
Your Worship, I'll just start with a quick intro. This one, if I could, just to remind council, these incentives, this work started some time ago and has been brought to a number of the working groups that are part of the Recovery Committee, and then last week again brought to the Recovery Committee. And the intent of this work is to look across the corporation and try and take the incentive policies that existed and bring them into one place, to review them, given the challenges that COVID is providing to the business community and to others, and to bring forward to council a package that represents the best practice incentives that we were able to find, not just in Alberta, but in fact, Mr. Kelly and Mr. Malcolm looked across the country. And the last point I'd make is they've also spent time sharing these with partners here in the business community.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. The Lethbridge Community and Economic Recovery Committee of City Council has been discussing the opportunities for development-based incentives to support business and potential investors. We have been working with community stakeholders such as the Chamber of Commerce, Economic Development Lethbridge, the Lethbridge Construction Association, and Build Lethbridge in our research and development of the new policies and editing of the existing policies that are before you today. We also went across Canada and found that cities of Edmonton, Saskatoon, Hamilton had some really unique and progressive policies that really were making a mark in their communities. We brought that information back and found that we had a lot of similar policies in place already. But what we did deduce in our evaluation is that we had some red tape in front of these policies. So our effort into edit the existing policies and the drafting of the new policies were to essentially eliminate red tape as best that we could. 2 of the policies that are before you today are about tax cancellations or abatements, or those things. Those ones always have to come to City Council because of the Municipal Government Act, but the other 4 could be administered and then reported back to City Council by The 6 policies are the real estate, sales and leasing of, next is the affordable housing or affordable and social housing capital project grant, urban core housing incentive program, targeted redevelopment incentive program, urban core property improvement grant, and the new industrial municipal tax incentive. In your package, it is highlighted the unique changes that are in the policies. And also, if we can go ahead to the funding page. I think it's the last one, the second last one. In your package is a proposed funding allocation for Council's consideration. The total amount of funding that would be available is approximately $4 million to support these 6 programs. We make these recommendations hoping that we'll get support from City Council to move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. So councillors have all read the presentation. Questions on the presentation? We've seen these programs at our economic recovery meetings, and now they're brought forward to council. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for the Mr. Andrew, for the work on these. Appreciate you bringing them forward. Under the first one, the real estate sales and leases, I just want to get a little bit of clarity because there's a bit of a contradiction, or at least I'm reading it that way. Under procedures in the policy CC 45, it states City Council to approve all real estate transactions. For greater certainty, including sale or lease of land, including unsolicited offers, and builder group for residential developments owned by the City of Lethbridge, except as specifically delegated by this policy. And then immediately it goes into delegate the city manager or designate the authority to lease land. So in my mind, there's a disconnect. City Council to approve all real estate transactions. Yet it's about delegating to city manager or designate the authority to lease land with the following parameters. Are we saying that City Council is to approve all real estate transactions, or are we delegating authority?
There is, I'll start in the procedure, City Council to approve all real estate transactions, and then go to the last part of the sentence, except as specifically delegated in the policy. Currently, as the policy is approved of yesterday, there is a delegation that City Council does allow for the city manager or delegate to approve under the certain parameters that are in this policy, which has not been edited. The only edit in here is the authority added delegation is for leasing. I'm not sure if that clarifies that for you.
So if this is approved, then the city manager or designate has the authority to lease land with these parameters.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. To the city manager or designate, is there any required expediency on approving these, or if a member of council so desired, we could postpone these for 2 weeks with the opportunity to take them out into the community?
If that's what council desires, that's fine. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, gentlemen, for the work on this and the presentation. CC 64 is new policy, the industrial incentive. Is it similar to CC 53, the targeted? I'm just trying to figure out how they're similar or different.
So Councillor Carlson, they are similar in that they are the two policies that deal with tax-based incentives. And so that while they're worded a little differently, the gist of them are the same. in that we will be looking to cancel the taxes that are incurred off of the increased assessment base due to development. In the targeted redevelopment program, it's 100% of the increase due to development up to a cap, whereas the industrial municipal tax incentive is limited to 25% of that increase.
Okay, so thank you. So they are very similar, and that's what I think confused me, is they are worded so completely differently. So I think that's probably caused some misunderstanding on my part. But they are very similar, that it's basically an incentive for people to develop or redevelop their properties or a new facility in our community. And in doing so, we will give them a tax break, so to speak, for a certain portion of it for a certain portion of years. Is that what they're both trying to get at?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you. My question was answered.
Are there any further questions?
Yes, Mayor Spearman, Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, on CC 64 as well. I think we had this question last Thursday when we were reviewing it, but unfortunately you were not in the room. Just for clarification, when we're talking about the tax cancellation criteria in plant, land, and or leasehold improvements, so this is not solely for new construction. This could be for an existing business in the community that is wishing to expand. Is that correct?
That is correct, but it is limited to the jurisdiction of the city of Lethbridge. And why I say that is the lands that the city owns at the airport is in the jurisdiction of the county of Lethbridge, or Lethbridge County, and this policy would not be applicable to those lands.
Thank you. Does the policy actually state that? I don't recall reading it.
It does not.
For clarification, should we consider that?
That is a very good point. We can add that edit if council so wish.
Yeah, actually, I would appreciate having that in there. And thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarity, what will that edit be? If we were going to approve this today, I think we'd need to know exactly where that edit is going to take place and how it's going to be worded. If the presenters need a moment, I can ask a second question that might be easier. In CC 64, in the definitions, it defines baseline assessments. The only place that baseline assessments that I could find is referred to is also in definitions. It just seemed kind of odd and cumbersome, but maybe it was just my reading of it.
Just in response to where we might make that edit, I think under eligibility criteria, we currently have A, B, C, D. We could simply add in there must be a piece of property within the legal boundaries of the city of Lethbridge.
Worship, can I get clarification on which policy so we can make the correct amendment?
CC 64.
So thank you, Mayor Spearman. If I can, what I think I heard Mr. Malcolm say is under eligibility criteria, add a D.
I think it would be an E.
Or sorry, an E. My mistake. Thank you.
E.
Thank you.
And the second question.
I guess my question was, is there a way to clear up the definition section? It just seems odd to me to have a definition that only clarifies something that's further defined later on. It just seemed cumbersome. Unless it is somewhere else in the policy that I couldn't find.
Do we have,
Go ahead, Ms. Pinkson.
Councillor Carlson, we included that in there in instances where it would be a renovation or an expansion to an existing facility or plant. And so that would require us to do some sort of baseline from where they were currently paying property taxes to compared to what they're paying for property taxes after the renovation to do the calculation. So that's why it's included in there. So maybe we need to clarify that it also includes expansions or renovations to help clarify why the baseline information is there.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, because when I saw baseline assessment in the definitions, I assumed that there would be something in the policy that actually talked about baseline assessments. There is not, which seemed very odd to me that we would define something that is not in the policy.
Any further questions from councillors? I see none. Okay, we'll go on to the resolution. I have a resolution from Councillor Crowson. I'll ask our presenters to take seats in the audience. Development-based incentive program for the City of Lethbridge as part of economic recovery efforts. Be it resolved that City Council approve the development-based program as part of the economic recovery efforts for the business owners and investors. And further be it resolved that the following City Council policies be amended as provided in attachments 2 to 6. CC 45, real estate sales and leases. CC 49, affordable and social housing capital project grant. CC 52, Urban Core Housing Incentive Program. CC 53, Targeted Redevelopment Incentive Program. CC 61, Urban Core Property Improvement Grant Program. And further be it resolved that the following new council policy as provided in attachment 7 be approved. CC 64, Industrial Municipal Tax Incentive. And further be it resolved that the incentive funding allocation be approved as follows. And there is a chart included in the resolution. Affordable social housing capital grant is $1,430,749. Urban Core Property Improvement Grant, $900,000. Urban Core Housing Incentive Program, $684,726. Modified Target Redevelopment Incentive Program, $1 million, for a total of $4,015,475. Councillor Crowson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Kelly and Mr. Malcolm, for your presentation. We know that this was looking at redeveloping 5 of our old programs and adding 1 new program. The purpose here is to consolidate incentives and make them easier for members of the community to access. It's important for people to remember that this is only development-based. Other incentive programs may be coming forward to help small businesses, etc. And the purpose here is to be more agile and respond to our situation at this moment. So with that, I will open it for debate with my colleagues.
Okay, moving on to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Sorry, Your Worship, mine was more of a question to the mover, if I can.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, to the mover or the presenters. CC 64, we did amend one section. We added a section E under eligibility. We did also have some discussion about maybe clarifying about redevelopment and the baseline assessment. Is that something that's necessary before we approve it, or is the policy as itself clear and we can amend later if necessary?
Worship, if
We
I could
should-
clarify that it hasn't been amended yet to include Section E under eligibility. That would have to be an amendment by council.
Okay.
Thank you. And that's kind of my thoughts is I know we want to approve these as a suite, but is it, would it make sense to maybe either finish amending that one now or refer it back in 2 weeks?
I have a feeling that Councillor Kaufman is going to be asking for 2 weeks. Just a feeling.
Okay. And City Manager, did you wish to say something?
No, I'll hold off, thanks.
Okay. So Councillor Deputy Mayor Kaufman is next in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and I think I can address Councillor's concern by putting forward a motion to postpone for 2 weeks, just to give members of council the additional opportunity to get this in front of some people in the community, and in that interim would maybe afford staff the time to answer his question on the baseline issue, as well as affect the change in CC 64. So I'd like to make a motion we postpone for 2 weeks to the November 2nd meeting, or whatever the date is.
Okay.
Do you want to refer it back to recovery? And then we can make changes at that level?
If that is a preferred process, I would be okay supporting that. If that's how we have to affect the change.
Another way would be simply, first of all, to amend the motion, and then if there's a wish, we could consider that amendment, and if there's a wish, there could also then be a postponement motion or a referral motion.
Your Worship, postponements would come back exactly as they are on the agenda today. Referrals would allow it to have more work done to it, and any changes to come back with direction from council or committee.
Okay,
So
we don't have to pass an amendment today. We don't have to pass an amendment today to add E to CC 64?
Not if you're referring, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'll change my motion then from a postponement to a referral, so those changes could be made, but in the interim gives council the opportunity to take it into the community a little further. Thank you.
Okay, I'll ask our City Manager, do you wish to add anything at this time?
I was just going to say that if, regards the referral, based on the two recommended changes to CC 64, those are things we could do quite quickly and quite simply. So and come back to council if there is a decision to defer, but I'm not sure whether referring it back to committee for those two things is worth the committee's time. I would just throw that out there.
Okay, so the City Manager said we could pass the resolutions today and they would make an amendment and bring it back to council on CC 64. It's up to the mover, whatever motion for referral you want to bring, if at all.
I'd still appreciate the motion to refer as opposed to approving them today, which affords us the opportunity to take them back into the community as well, recognizing that the only changes that will really be made is, as I say, to address Councillor Carlson's question on the baseline assessment, as well as affecting the change, adding the letter E designation in CC 64. So I'm putting forward a motion to refer, please.
Okay.
Your Worship, can I just clarify, where are we referring to? Is it to?
It's up to the mover. Where would you like to refer it to the next City Council meeting or refer to the Economic Recovery Committee?
The next City Council meeting, I think, would be the most expedient.
Okay. So that would be November the 2nd. Okay, I think we understand. You're making a motion to refer to the November 2nd City Council meeting. Do we need a seconder for that referral motion? Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay, Councillor Crowson has seconded. All in favor of referral? Are any opposed? Okay. I voted against referral, so it passes 8-1.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, can we probably just get a roll call on that, just so we have it official here? Just okay. That'd probably be a good idea.
Okay, we're going to do a roll call on that motion.
Okay, on the referral, Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
Agreed.
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Higgin.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow,
Councillor Morrow, are you in favor or opposed?
Councillor Miyashiro,
In favor.
Acting Mayor Parker,
Favor.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman,
In favor.
and Mayor Spearman.
I was opposed.
That's 7-1.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the motion has been referred. We can move on to 4.3. I'm going to ask Mr. Gallucci, Acting Transit Manager, to present to us on transit operational update. Welcome, Mr. Gallucci.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, councillors. Okay. I'm here today to talk to you about transit service reduction, both in the case of transit and with Access-a-Ride due to continuous low ridership. Next slide. What we are seeking from council today is approval to move forward with a proposed reduction in service, and should we have that approval, would implement the service reduction by mid to late December. Next slide. COVID-19 is the sole cause of this request for service reduction. It hit Alberta in mid-March, which saw ridership drop to an all-time low of 8 to 10%, and transit implemented by the first week in April an on-call service. Over time and throughout the summer, ridership rose to 25 to 30% of normal capacity as phase 1 and 2 opened areas of the city and the economy. Over time, August 4th, transit returned to the full service for both transit and for Access-a-Ride in anticipation of school, post-secondary, medical centers, and the continuation of phase 2 businesses opening. Next slide. However, with everyone that we had outlined eligible to participate in phase 2, the reality of what transit is experiencing is ridership of only 30 to 35% with transit and 40 to 45% with Access-a-Ride. Next slide. Ridership shown on this slide, which is comparing the same 14-day period in the latter part of September between 2019 and 2020, and reflective of all the time periods, shows two things. Where we used to move an average of 10,000 people a day, we are now moving less than 2,500 people per day. And of those, 70% of the riders use transit service during the peak times of 7 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Secondly, we've seen no real measurable increase in ridership from the summer. In the case of Access-a-Ride, it is a similar story. We're experiencing a reduction in trips by 55 to 60%, a change from the same time period in September a year ago, going from 472 trips on an average weekday down to 190 trips per day. Next slide. Our belief is that this low ridership will continue at least until September of 2021, when we possibly could see a return to normal activity. Or a change could come sooner, but this would require something fundamentally significant taking place, creating a situation that allowed people to participate more in larger groups or use transportation more, like a 15-minute COVID test, a vaccine, or something of that nature. Next slide. What we know is transit on demand is the future of the flexible transit that can ebb and flow with ridership, not only by area, but as the environment changes, increasing services where it is needed most. We are working to make on-demand and CityLink happen as fast as we can and expect it to be operational by summer of 2021. But in the meantime, we have the 30% ridership and need to adjust our service to a more efficient level, one that matches that of ridership. Next slide. What we are proposing is a modified service reduction but one that provides service when it is required and keeps people moving during peak time periods. Extending time where needed, but at the same time balancing this with fiscal responsibility and lowering our costs of operation related to this low ridership. Therefore, what we're looking at, transit would reduce to 1 hour service for all times, with the exception of peak weekday times, which would remain at its regular 30-minute service, running between 7 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. and 2 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. weekdays, and leaving the highest usage routes of 10 and 32 to run every 30 minutes, both weekdays and weekends. We would also adjust and extend some bus route times, so although they are 1 hour service, we would still accommodate riders in non-peak times, enabling them to get home. For example, we would have buses staggered on their start times to begin every 30 minutes, heading in the same direction, north or south. Although it's a 1 hour service, we would still have buses moving in one direction every 30 minutes. In other cases, we extend times to midnight to accommodate late riders. Overall, this would result in a reduction of 345 operation hours less per week, which is a more surgical approach than just cutting across the board. Next slide. In the case of Access-a-Ride, it is different as it's destination-to-destination ride service. In this case, we would reduce the number of shifts by 5 per day. This would enable us to maintain service, ensure we can accommodate peak times required by riders, and still allow for increased services. Important to note, in both transit and Access-a-Ride, should ridership increase, we can add route times and frequency, as it is possible to add, but it's very difficult to reduce services without a combination of impacts. If approved today, we would be able to implement these actual changes to the two services by mid to late December. Next slide. The transit service reduction of 345 hours would allow us to save $20,530 per week. Given this would begin in late December, it would provide savings of $657,000 in 2021 if we were to continue to the end of August 2021, or over $1 million in a 52-week period. In the case of Access-a-Ride, it will allow us to save $7,015 per week, or $224,473 in 2021, again continuing to the end of August. In both these cases, we've only taken into account the direct variable cost savings. There would be additional overhead savings, but those are not identified here and not as impactful. Next slide. Some of the impacts are 30% of our current ridership, or 749 riders on weekdays and 232 on weekends, would move from 30-minute service to 1 hour service. Still have service, but at the 1 hour rate. We'd extend times of service to midnight on particular routes to ensure people can get where they require. In the case of Access-a-Ride, we would see no change in service level. However, there would be a reduction in shifts, resulting in 5 fewer during the weekdays, 2 less on Saturdays, and 1 less on Sundays. Next slide. So we're asking today to reduce transit service from 30 minutes to 1 hour service, with the exceptions outlined in the summary and presentation, providing regular service during peak time, weekday periods, and key routes. This will allow us to manage our expenses in a time period of low ridership and thus low revenue. Next slide. Thank you for your time today, and I can answer questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move on to questions. We'll start with Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Gallucci. Mr. Gallucci, thank you for the presentation and the thoughtful work that's been done. I believe you said it's easier to ramp up service than reduce. And I think you said it'd take 30 to 40 days to implement these changes if council decides. How quickly, if things turned around speedily, how quickly could we ramp up if necessary, if required?
Oh, it's fairly easy to start to increase service or add routes. We could do that within probably three weeks, just because we'd have to change some schedules and communication. let people know. But it is, we might even be able to do a little faster, but for sure in that time period.
Thank you, appreciate that. And if you can back up a couple slides to the ridership affected, I believe you had the slide that talked about weekdays and weekends. I think it was 749. And sorry, I don't have the presentation in front of me. I think it was 749 weekdays. Is that each and every weekday?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. So I'm just curious, do we know, like, that 700, I'll just use 750 riders that will be impacted? Is that only the riders that take the odd half-hour bus that will be eliminated, or is that in total? Because I'm thinking if that's in total, it's really only 375 individuals that may have to jump on a half hour earlier or a half hour later. Is that correct? Or is that, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is the total of riders during the non-peak time. We have people moving that are roughly around 2,450 per day. The majority are at peak times, but in the non-peak would be around that 750, the 1 hour service.
Thank you, appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Gallucci, for the presentation. As you may well imagine, we have had several people email us, and there's some questions that the public would like to know. One thing, if we go to the 1 hour routes, would this cause any crowding on buses and actually affect public health measures?
We took a good look at that prior to this. We spent a lot of time on it, and currently, even at our peak time, we're around the 20 riders per bus. So no, we don't believe it would overcrowd the buses. I mean, peak times we do get the majority of our riders, but yeah, we don't see that. Okay.
The other question that I'm getting from members of the community is about the MOST funding, the Municipal Operating Support Transfer. That was to help with operating costs, and I'm not sure if you can answer this or Ms. Pinkston or the city manager. That money that we received for transit, was that spent and how was that used is the question I'm getting.
Mayor Spearman through to Councillor Crowson. At this point, we are going through all of our direct costs and revenue losses related to COVID and the impact, economic impact for this year. And we haven't kind of finalized that. We will be providing council with an update in terms of how we would propose to allocate that grant funding in the September operating forecast, which will be presented in the week of November 23rd, and we'll be providing an update at that point. Based on the allocation that was provided for transit-specific funding, I anticipate that most of that will be allocated to transit, just given the revenue losses that have been incurred and the additional costs that have been incurred to date as well. So nothing finalized at this point, and we won't be able to truly finalize that until after March 31st of 2021, because the grant funding can be spent between, I believe it's April of this year until the end of March of next year. So it'll result in a few reporting cycles about that information.
But in general, we can say that our losses are more than we'll probably get from this program.
Is now exiting.
At this point in time, yes, we anticipate that we will be able to fully allocate the grant funding based on all of our losses and direct costs related to COVID.
Thank you.
No further questions. We'll move on to Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Gallucci, for your presentation. Just to follow up on Councillor Crowson, so the grant she's talking about, is it the Safe Restart Program and grant? Is that the funds from the both province and feds? Am I correct on that? Ms. Pixon or Mr. City Manager, is that the program?
I believe that became the MOST grant. Yes, it just has two different names.
Okay, and is it targeted, because one of the emails here says the Safe Start program with funds from the federal and provincial governments are there to ensure transit does not create public concerns for the parish. So
is now joining.
So was those funds targeted, or could they be used in any way throughout the corporation to stay off cost of the COVID-19 issue? Or was it just strictly for transit?
So there was two components. One was specific to transit. Sorry, I'm just trying to run through and find that real quickly here.
Transit did have a specific amount in the amount of $981,664, I believe.
So about $1 million was designated for loss of funds in the transit business unit. Am I correct?
That's correct. And currently, we're estimating from our June forecast a 1.7 million deficit from budget for 2020. I just might add that this allocation will probably have the most impact in 2021. It won't really change anything in 2020.
So okay, I just want to make sure, because I think like most of my colleagues are getting these things in regards to there's funding, why isn't the funding be used for this? But we're going to use that funding for other aspects of transit, or Mr. City Manager?
I think, no, that's a very good question. And I think maybe if we can bring back a couple of comments. So, Mr. Galucci, you talked about the forecast operating losses of transit this year were what?
1.7 million we're estimating.
1.7 million, and the $1 million that's part of the most funding, which is part of Safe Start, that was targeted or allocated to transit, is there to cover losses incurred up to 31 March 2021. I'm looking to the treasurer.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, I think those are the key data points to consider.
Thank you.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. Thank you, Mr. Galucci. That was my question as well about the Safe Restart funding, so it's been answered.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Galucci, for the presentation. Obviously, I had the same concerns or questions around that. What I don't understand or what I don't see here is the application of those funds towards what we have done at the moment. So am I to understand that we've taken $1 million of that most funding and already applied it to transit?
I'm going to ask our Secretary Treasurer to respond.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Kaufman. So at this point in time, we are still working through all of the costs related to COVID, but that is our intention, that the transit portion of the MOST grant will be allocated to the losses for this year, as well as up to the end of March 31st of 2021.
Thank you. So should that, at least from today's date to March 31st, 2021, should that data or information not be included in what's being presented here? Because the raw number at the moment is 656,971, but it doesn't consider the additional funding, or is that too complicated to calculate at the moment?
Well, it would be, yeah, what we're talking about today was the service and where we would place ourselves in we're already coming forward with a 1.7 million deficit, which this fund may be able to offset. So what we'd have to do is take into account the entire budget for transit and then look at the 2021 budget, which would be coming up. So it would just be a lot more calculation. Given that we have low ridership, and given that we have some empty buses driving around, and that we just felt it was important to bring forward what we thought would be the best situation, given that we could balance the world of providing the ridership we needed, but being fiscally responsible, because we don't know in 2021 what will come forward, whether there will be additional funds from government levels or not. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. It does. It raises a bunch more, but I'll just step around those for the moment. Do you have our historical winter ridership numbers? Because I know ridership does traditionally increase as winter sets in.
I do not have those, no, not today.
Do you know how that data was considered then? Because this is about existing ridership as opposed to what potential ridership we would be losing as well.
Well, we are anticipating that we wouldn't see much of an improvement, given that there's still a substantial amount, like, for example, the university is still not, they're going to have online classes. So what will happen there is that we don't expect ridership to increase at all in the anticipation of COVID-19. And we do know winter's coming. There'll still be the regular appointments and that, but unless something changes to increase ridership, people will probably sit fairly tight where they are. So we would normally not see much of a change. In 2019, there wasn't much of a change. Once fall came, it kind of activated and all the students were going, post-secondary going, people going to work. So right now, with COVID-19 and we saw no change, we would anticipate very little change again in the transit rate or ridership because of the fall.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Mr. Gallucci, for your presentation. I've got a few questions, so boot me out when needed, Mayor Spearman. But so I see at Calgary and Medicine Hat are seeing an increase in ridership through their on-demand service. Have we compared what the service cuts would be in comparison to an on-demand service?
Well, if we had our on-demand service, we probably wouldn't be even coming forward to talk about a service reduction. The on-demand would actually adjust, and you could move it as you needed. That's the beauty of the online. You have your rapid city link that would feed the east side and the west side, and then the on-demand would feed those people into it and adjust to less or more ridership as needed. Unfortunately, we're working on it right now. We're working on it as fast as we can, and we just won't have it in place till the summer.
Okay, because a question I have for that is, we see that routes 10 and 32 are remaining still on the 30-minute frequency, so that's a couple buses an hour. But the other routes are moving to 60-minute frequency, which is obviously 1 per hour. How is that going to work for passenger transfers, especially as Councillor Kaufman just indicated, winter is here, and how is that going to work for transfers?
Well, we've carefully calculated the schedule and how the buses meet each other and how the times go. And by staggering the times, it'll help us as well, so that the staggered times, even though hour service, there will be buses coming by every 30 minutes so that they can meet or get transfers.
Okay, so maybe I'm not understanding that. So 10 and 32 on a 30-minute, if they're riding at route 10 and then they get dropped off somewhere to catch the 60-minute frequency bus, they're going to be waiting for half an hour or a minimum half an hour, I guess, depending on when that 1 hour bus comes by.
Yeah, they might be. Those two routes are by far the most used. The one covers the entire west side, and then one covers the downtown up to the west side and to the university. So it's easy for them to, they'll be able to meet their connections, and some may have some longer periods of transfers, but we've tried to limit it as much as we can.
Okay, and one more question, if I could, for this round, Mayor Spearman.
Go ahead.
In your presentation, you indicate that its service weekdays to route, I think it's 23 and 24, are until 9 p.m. and route 40 until midnight, and route 41 till 11:30 roughly. So it's 9.5 hours of additional service per day, plus extra service for Saturdays and Sundays. So with ridership low, can you help me understand why we're adding the additional service hours? These additional 9.5 hours going till midnight and as I indicated earlier?
Well, we're still trying to accommodate people, because it's a 1-hour service, we still want to accommodate the people who work till 10 p.m. and get off work and still need a ride home at 11 or, you know, and again, 11:30. So it really accommodates the people who work at night or need to get somewhere late at night. And that's why we extended it to that time. And yeah, it's lower ridership, but overall, we've added some hours, but then reduced them in other places for a net change of a reduction of 345 hours a week.
So just following up on that, what happened with these individuals prior? So so we're extending it. So did they not have ways home from work before? I'm trying to figure out why the extension is, seeing as we're cutting hours, or that's the request, how that fits with what was done previously. Did they not have rides home?
It just assists them in being able to leave. Like before, there was the 30-minute service, and yeah, it ended a little earlier. But now, if let's say your shift ended at 10 instead of 9:30, you would be able to still make that bus and make the connections or transfers that you needed. So we're just trying to accommodate people who may miss a bus because of the 1-hour change and ensure that they do get home.
Thank you. That's all for now, Mayor Spearman. Thank you.
Hey, Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Galucci, for answering all the questions once again, as well as our administration team. Notification. Obviously, we've gotten some emails here, some by operator, some by users. How did they find out about what we were doing? And the reason why is I'm not saying that we did anything sly, but how do we make sure that they know what we're going to do before a vote? How would they have been notified?
Well, we would, so you have to post the shifts, the new schedule, and what we would do is we'd sit down with the union representative first and let them know, and then we would, because they do get several days to look at the routes and present alternatives. Those alternatives may be considered if they can fit into what we're doing, and then they're posted, and then they bid on those routes. So that's how the operators would learn. The public, we would send out once it's confirmed and all the routes and any changes we might make, because they may have a better idea than we had originally. And then we would go out to the public, make sure that everyone knows that way, and communicate through social media and through all the facets that we do.
That would only happen when council votes on this. It wouldn't happen prior to us deciding on this, because someone's going to say, and members of council, well, you cut the service, why wasn't I notified? I would like to have let you know. So how did these people know versus the people that don't know? Like, how do these people who sent these emails knew what we were doing?
Oh, well, we did let the union know, in the sense that we're going to be making some changes, and then they went right to the operators ahead of us. So
perfect. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from council? Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, for a person who relies on the bus, gets on at 7 o'clock, gets to work, and then comes home at 4 o'clock, with changes that are forthcoming, can you kind of alleviate the person's concern that this is going to totally mess up their lives, or can you kind of put me through the scenario that they're going to have to go through?
Well, for the people who go at 7 and come home at 4, there'll be no change. It's 30-minute service at those peak times. Where it'll affect people a little bit more is, if you have to leave somewhere at noon or 1 p.m. and come home at 9, then you would move. You wouldn't be on the half hour, but you'd be every hour on the hour service. So it's not as convenient because you have to make sure you catch your bus at that time. But yeah, that would be, it would still be a service. It's just moving from 30 minutes to 1 hour for the off-peak times, unless you're on those other routes, the other two routes that are the main routes.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just want to hop back to the question that I had earlier about the additional times that are going to be added on. So currently we don't operate from 7 till midnight, and now on Sundays. Why that change now? Is you did answer that maybe there's somebody that's coming off a shift to catch that 1 hour service, but 7 till midnight we didn't have previously. But from what I understand, now we're going to add that. Can you maybe speak to that?
Yeah, on the Sunday, I don't believe we're going to change. I don't believe we're going to change that time on the Sunday. I just have to refer back here. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Again, we're trying to just accommodate people who need to get around, and because the Sunday is just going to be 1 hour entirely for all services except for the 10 and 32, it just allows people to move on the Sunday to get where they need to and extend it to midnight. It still allows us it provides a better service for people, even though they're off-peak times. It is providing some service. I mean, we can change or not do that, but we're trying to accommodate the people the best we can while still limiting hours.
Well, and I guess I asked that question because we haven't had that. So we're looking to be fiscally responsible by doing some of these reductions, and yet I'm just hearing now that we're actually adding a service that's never been provided. And so, sorry, I guess that's more of a statement than a question. And I don't know if you have anything more to say to that, but that's just was my concern. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions from council? I see none, so we could move on with to deal with the resolution. I'll ask Mr. Gallucci to take a seat in the audience. Okay, I have a resolution from Councillor Hagan, Transit Operational Update. Be it resolved that City Council approve a transit service reduction with a projected cost savings of $1,067,578 in transit and $364,770 in accessoride, excluding overhead and overtime costs over a 52-week period as a result of low ridership during the COVID-19 pandemic. Councillor Hagan?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just, in light of some of the questions that I've had, and I don't know, yeah, there's multiple questions that I have regarding this particular resolution, and so I'm wondering if I could actually amend or change my resolution and have this postponed, or if it's referred or whatever way that sees fit to to our next council meeting.
What's the city clerk? What's the process? The mover would like to postpone?
Councillor Hagan, would you like the report just to come back as it is? Then you would just postpone.
Well, I'm honestly thinking there could be additional changes or modifications. So if that was the case, then it would have to be referred, or how would that work? I mean, I do want to deal with this sooner than later, but there's multiple questions and concerns that came through the presentation here today that council had that I would prefer to have, look a little deeper into.
Okay, so Councillor Higgin, you would refer it back to administration with whatever direction and to return to council at whatever date you think is appropriate.
Okay. I'll change that to refer to administration, return on, November 2nd. It's going to be a huge council meeting, but I think sooner than later, if that's gives enough time to sit down and discuss a few of these concerns.
Okay, so this motion would be referred to administration, but would come back in its existing form unless there are amendments prior to November the 2nd or the Agenda Review Committee meeting prior to that. So
that's correct, Mayor Spearman. So there could be changes then to this, and so if I refer it, we could still have the changes then, correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So,
thank you. I guess I'd need a seconder as it's verbal.
It's been seconded by Acting Mayor Parker. So the motion now reads, be it resolved that the motion on transit operational updates be referred to administration and brought back to the meeting of November the 2nd. Moved by Councillor Higgin and seconded by Acting Mayor Parker. Is there debate? Is there debate on a referral motion?
I just have a question.
Okay, go ahead with your question.
Referred to do what?
I believe that Councillor Higgin would like to have some issues examined, and the motion may come back in a different form.
If I could add to that.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, some of the questions that I had, obviously, with Sunday were, that's one of the questions that I had that should be looked at. If we're going to be adding a service, I think we're not really, as it indicates, removing or limiting service. So I think there's a few different questions, and I don't know if anybody else has those similar concerns, but I just do want to make sure that these are addressed prior to passing a resolution like this.
So Councillor Higgin has provided his rationale.
Thanks, Mayor Spearman. I just don't understand a referral motion that doesn't actually say what to look at, but that's fine.
Okay, thank you. City Manager?
If I could, based on what I heard, I've heard of at least three things that we would look at before coming back. One is to demonstrate where the most funding allocated to the city is being spent to address transit losses to date. The second is to, I think, share some of the modeling. There were concerns about what happens if I'm trying to transfer from a bus on an hour-long frequency to one in 30 minutes and vice versa. So there's what does this look like for those folks that are being affected. And the last is Councillor Higgins' question about the change to Sunday service and what's behind that. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but those.
If I could add to that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so and I think, Mr. City Manager, so one of the concerns I would hope would be addressed is if you miss a bus by 5 minutes, are you going to wait 55 minutes for the next one and things like that? And I think you indicated earlier that would be one of the things that you would be looking into, correct?
That's correct, and the answer is yes. Like, this is not a, this proposal brought forward was to do exactly what it said. It's to deliver a lower level of service for the times indicated. And there's no debating that. And I think what we can do via some modeling and some examples is get to that, use that as an example, Councillor Higgin, and demonstrate what the impact would be for those individuals.
Thank you. Does that help Councillor Carlson with what is going to be looked into by our city manager?
Sure.
Okay, any further questions on the referral motion? Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, do we need to do a roll call? We will do a roll call.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor?
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
In
we can
favor.
hear you. Acting Mayor Parker.
Favor.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor?
That passes 8-1. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, it's now 4:21. We had a public hearing scheduled for 4 o'clock. At this time, we will interrupt the City Council meeting and get ready for the public hearing, and we'll resume the City Council meeting after the public hearing.
5-minute break.
We will take a 5-minute break.
For clarification, those of us online, we don't have to leave the meeting.
Thank you.
No, that's a question.
No, you don't.
Thank you. And we'll do a roll call and sound check before the public hearing, correct?
Yes, we will.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me? Mr. Mayor, can you hear me? It's Joe.
Yes, we can. We can hear you, Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. Finally, thanks.
Did you lose the ability to speak again, Joe?
Yeah, I have been trying to speak since the second presentation of the police.
Okay. If that happens again, just send me a text and I'll interrupt.
Well, I didn't. I thought I did. I sent Blaine one. I sent Bonnie, and I sent Craig. I sent Ryan, not Ryan Parker, Ryan Westerson. I've been trying. I've been texting and emailing back and forth for the last hour.
Councillor Kaufman, no, or Councillor Morrow, we're not getting your text.
You're not getting my text now?
I am not. Ryan, are you? No.
Are you getting emails?
I'm getting emails, yes. And I've responded to your emails, yeah.
Well, when I'm texting you and Craig.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Yeah, and sharing them. We're going from text to email to phone.
Good afternoon. We're now going to move to the public hearing. We will do a roll call for sound check. So, City Clerk, if you could.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Here.
Councillor Carlson. Oh, your mute was on. It's not on?
Present.
Good. Councillor Croson.
Councillor Croson.
Here. I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Here.
Councillor Morrow.
Yes.
Great, we can hear you. Councillor Miyashiro. Councillor Miyashiro. His mute is on. Councillor Miyashiro, your mute is on. Can you hear us? Okay. Acting Mayor Park.
Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Something odd. My mute was not on when you said it was, so I don't know if we're having issues again.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can now.
Okay. Right now it's working. We just not sure if Councillor Morrow or Miyashiro is there.
Acting Mayor Parker.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Present.
And Mayor Spearman.
Here. So far, everybody's able to participate. We just haven't heard from Councillor Miyashiro yet. So we are here for two bylaws, 6237 and 6238. So we'll start with 6237. I call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6237, statutory plan amendment Railway Relocation Lands Area Redevelopment Plan. The procedure for this hearing will be, we will begin by calling upon Mr. Ross Kilgore, Community Planner, to provide the background to the case. Those else who wish to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will then ask 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the hearing. I now call upon Mr. Ross Kilgore to provide the background to the case. Mr. Kilgore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of Council.
Please speak directly into the microphone so those online can hear you.
Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. So I will be presenting on both bylaws 6237 and 6238 together in this presentation. This is our standard presentation outline for a rezoning. I will diverge slightly from it at the very beginning just to deal with bylaw 6237, which is quite a straightforward bylaw, and then I'll return to this outline for 6238, which is the actual rezoning. So next slide, please. So turning to bylaw 6237, the applicant is Alvin Reinhardt Fritz Architect, and the purpose of this bylaw is to amend the Railway Relocation Lands ARP, and it would do that by removing the parcel at 102 Scenic Drive North from the plan area. Next slide, please. So we can see here the existing plan area from that Railway Relocation Lands ARP. And in the next slide, we can see the proposed plan area. So the only difference is on that western portion, you can see a little chunk taken out of it, which is 102 Scenic Drive North. And in the next slide, we can see a side-by-side view of the existing and proposed plan areas. Thank you. So again, it's just that one change on the western portion there. And that is the only change that this bylaw would make, is to amend that plan area to remove this parcel. Next slide, please. So turning to bylaw 6238, again, the applicant is Alvin Reinhard Fritz Architect, and this would be the rezoning that would rezone 102 Scenic Drive North from its current direct control district to a new direct control district, and that is to facilitate the development of a planned 341 unit apartment complex. Next slide, please. So this is the general location of the parcel within the city. You can see it's just on the edge of the top of the coulees. Next slide. And turning to the neighbourhood view, we can see it's in the River Valley North neighbourhood, immediately adjacent to the downtown. Next slide. And then zooming in a little bit closer in the aerial view, we can see the parcel highlighted here. And then you can see to the northeast the view, which is an existing residential development. The parcel is also bordered to the south by the rail right-of-way. And in fact, you can see the beginning of the Lethbridge Viaduct bridge to the southwest of the parcel. And then the parcel is also surrounded on the western side by First Ave South, which connects to the highway. Next slide, please. We're looking at an oblique view now from the south facing north. So again, you can see the view in the upper right portion of the photograph. And again, you can see the start of the Lethbridge Viaduct in the bottom left portion of the photo. And then on the next slide, we do a 180 and we're looking from the north facing south. And this image is a little bit better for seeing the existing berm that's on the site, along the south edge of the site between the portion that would be developed and the rail right-of-way. Okay, next slide. So turning to the existing relevant planning documents, those would be the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan and the ICSP MDP. Okay. So the existing land use is a direct control district, bylaw 4109, which dates back to the 1980s. It was adopted just after the adoption of the Railway Relocation Lands ARP, and it essentially just refers to that ARP for district rules. Next slide, please. And so the proposed land use is a new direct control district, bylaw 6238. Okay. And then we just have a side-by-side view showing direct control to direct control. Okay, next slide, please. So turning to our evaluation and analysis, the new direct control district that's proposed is tied to this proposed development. So just for anyone who's not familiar with it, essentially, if this rezoning passed and the property was sold on to someone else, they could certainly still do the same development, but if they wanted to do something different, it would have to go through another rezoning process. So the direct control district does include some of the architectural drawings, so that this is actually what would have to be built. So it is a 341 unit apartment complex, which is composed of 6 stories of residential above ground and then 2 stories of parkade underneath. There is some additional vehicle parking to the exterior at the front of the building, and then a few smaller accessory buildings and landscaping and so on. Okay, next slide. So I've included just a few excerpts from the architectural drawings that are attached to the direct control district. So here we can see in the site plan the rough layout of the building, which would be built in 2 phases. So some of the parking lot of the view is visible just in the upper right portion of this image. So you can see the existing access road that comes into the view, and that would provide one of the 2 access roads to this development. So you can see some landscaping on the right there, and then the main entrance of the building. The access road to the bottom left of the image is a proposed new one, so that would provide a second access to the site. As you can see, it turns and goes under the Lethbridge Viaduct in a similar manner to First Ave South does at the moment. So that's still under negotiation between the applicant and CP Rail, but I'll come back to that a bit later. The hatched area to the north and northwest of the parcel is an area that can't be developed, essentially below the safe setback line. So you can see that the proposed buildings are all above the safe setback line at the top of the coulees. Okay, next slide, please. This is just a typical floor plan showing some of the residences on one of those 6 floors. And then on the next slide, we can see elevation, again, just to give an idea of what it is we're talking about. And again, these images come from the direct control district rules. Okay, next slide. So the proposed district rules would include dwelling apartment as a permitted use, but again, it would have to be this particular development. It does state in the district rules as well that there is a development agreement required before a development permit can be issued. And that was included just to resolve 2 main outstanding issues, which are looped water service and secondary access. So the looped water service essentially is to ensure that because we have a high number of dwelling units proposed here, 341, we want to ensure that there's a second way to provide water to these homes. So for example, if one pipe goes down, you don't have a high number of residents losing water. And similarly for the secondary access, if one access road was cut off due to some sort of incident, there would be a secondary emergency egress. So those 2, the development agreement was included basically at the applicant's request in order to allow us to move forward with the rezoning process without delay. However, since this has been submitted for first reading, it has progressed. So the applicant is in negotiation with CPRL on that secondary access, and there is another option that can be used if that doesn't work out. In terms of the proposed land use being a high density residential, it is similar to some nearby developments. So if we turn to the next slide, we can see those on an aerial view. This would be essentially kind of at the low end of what we consider high density residential in Lethbridge. So it would work out to 80 units per hectare. We'd say 76 units per hectare is the start of high density. But you do have a number of other similar types of residential apartments in the area, as you can see. There's also, of course, downtown within a short walking distance of the site. So in general terms, we consider this to be a pretty good location for a higher density residential development. There's certainly nearby access to lots of other goods and services and entertainment and so on. Next slide, please. Turning to the geotechnical aspect, so the applicant provided a geotechnical study which set out where the safe setback line is at the top of the coulees. And as we saw in the site plan, the buildings are all situated above that, so that's satisfactory for us. CP Rail have referred to this document, guidelines for new development in proximity to railway operations. So this is a national set of guidelines that was prepared for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Railway Association of Canada. So they jointly produced these guidelines. Now they set out a minimum 30-meter setback between the rail right-of-way property line and the actual face of the building. In this case, the proposed structure would be 53 meters from the rail right-of-way. So significantly more than the minimum that they have in the guidelines. They also state in the guidelines that vibration is rarely an issue more than 50 meters from the track. So again, we exceed that at the 53-meter point. And there is that existing earthen berm that we saw in some of the aerial images along the south edge of the parcel between the rail right-of-way and the proposed building. We have also seen from some of the existing residential developments in the area, some of those are actually closer to the rail right-of-way than this one would be. Next slide, please. So the proposed rezoning is in line with our relevant planning policy, such as in the MDP, we talk about the need to increase residential densities in existing areas in a way that works with the other land uses surrounding it. So again, turning to the downtown for some other facilities and services that can be accessed. and there's also the adjacent commercial corridor in Scenic Drive. Similarly, the SSRP supports making better use of existing infrastructure, so redeveloping existing or previously developed lands. This one was originally part of the mining in the area. It was then used for some of the rail operations, and then of course the Railway Relocation Lands ARP was part of the effort to redevelop all those lands close to the downtown when the yards were moved and the highway was realigned. Okay, next slide, please. So the proposal was reviewed by all the relevant city technical staff. There were some minor issues that were resolved by the applicant, and then the two main outstanding issues, as I described earlier, would be resolved through the development agreement. And so that's the looped water service and the secondary road access. Next slide, please. So we carried out the standard notification process. There were 139 notifications sent out by mail on 2 occasions, one for the submission of the application, then again for the public hearing. So that was all addresses within 60 metres of the parcel. Obviously, because there's a couple of higher density residential developments in the area, that was led to a large number. We carried out the standard newspaper advertisements on 2 dates. We had 6 responses from members of the public. 1 of them had no concerns, and the other 5 had concerns, which I'll summarise. So there was effect on property values, effect on views, loss of daylight to residents, increased traffic on nearby roads, potential for coulee slumpage and any effects on nearby structures, loss of wildlife habitat, proximity of the proposed development to the rail line and the highway, difficulty of emergency access to the proposed development, and disruption caused by construction activity. We also received an email from CP Rail expressing some concern. So they said that they are, quote, not in favour of residential uses adjacent to a right-of-way, end quote. They then went on to say, however, if this was approved, that they request that we refer to the recommended guidelines in the document that I referred to earlier, which, as I explained, the proposal does exceed those requirements. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the proposal is in alignment with our planning policy in the MDP and the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan. The geotechnical studies that have been submitted show that it is located above the safe setback line at the top of the coulees, and it also meets those rail guidelines for rail proximity. Next slide, please. So our department's recommendation is that City Council approve Bylaw 6237, which would amend the Railway Relocation Lands ARP and remove that parcel from the plan area. And that City Council also approve Bylaw 6238, which would amend the land use bylaw to rezone this parcel to the new direct control district. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We may have questions. So we're looking at 6237 and 6238 together. My notes say Mr. Graham Overkirk will present next in 6238. Is Mr. Overkirk here? Okay. Welcome. Please speak directly into the microphone so that those online can hear. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, well, thanks a lot for having us today. My name is Graham Auerkirk, presenting from Alvin Reinhard Fritz Architects, Inc. With me to my right, Carlos Roman is our project manager, and Gary Reichma, our developer, over to my left. Will all be available for questions at the end of the presentation. Today I'm presenting our project 102 Scenic Drive, where we're offering 341 suites in 1- and 3-bedroom arrangements, as well as penthouse options, and pre-sales are going incredibly well, which is excellent, as we want this project to be a real economic boost to the community. Next slide, please. So looking at our site plan, as was mentioned, a key consideration is our proposed new road access coming up along the south facade of the building. Next slide, please. We've engaged in negotiations with CP Rail, and it's very important to mention that we received a letter last week from CP Rail actually approving this new road access. It allows through transportation and through access to our site going under the viaduct coming off First Avenue, so we're very happy to announce that. Next slide, please. Additional site considerations, we're offering 667 off-street parking stalls located in the 2 base levels of the building. Solid waste management is circled in red. We're looking for city servicing on the south side of the building along our proposed new road, which we've just received approval for. We're looking at a landscape area on the east side of the building. If you'll show the next slide, please. And this landscape area becomes a real welcome and feature to the site as you approach from the east, which is our main entrance to the building. We have a water feature, a lot of vegetation and walking paths, which create a very welcoming environment to the site. Next slide, please. So P2 is our lowest level of the building, primarily parking with amenity space, located on the west side, capped off by swimming pool and ballroom. Next slide. And P1 is primarily parking as well, with our eastern amenity at the main entrance, highlighted by wine tasting area, theater, and golf simulator. Next slide, please. From here up, levels 1 to 5 are our typical suites in 1 to 3 apartment or 1 to 3 bedroom apartments, and our level 6 is rooftop penthouses. Next slide, please. We're offering 19 unique options for suite layouts, which I believe provides a great deal of options for potential tenants into the building. Next slide, please. Our form and character we've called a modern prairie aesthetic, really strong horizontal lines characteristic of prairie architecture such as Frank Lloyd Wright's prairie style or Arthur Erickson's work. Our materiality is primarily concrete with wood look aluminum elements to really create a modern prairie and kind of earthy aesthetic to the building. Next slide, please. This materiality coincides with the color palette, which is again primarily earth tones, which we believe really sites the building appropriately onto the edge of the Cooley Hill and into the prairie landscape. We're also offering very large, full width decks for every unit, offering a great opportunity for residents to take advantage of the outdoor environment. Next slide, please. So we've embarked on 6 to 8 hours of community consultation, taking into account some primary concerns of view sheds as well as sun shading. These are images or renderings of the building from River Ridge. You can see the building from our perspective looks great. We're not imposing on the adjacent views as we're quite a distance away. And this is looking north, so the primary views to the west are uninhibited by our building. Next slide, please. This is kind of a summary of our shading analysis. I'd like to draw your attention to the bottom images. We've kind of looked at shading throughout the day, throughout the year, and really this building really only casts a shadow on the adjacent buildings in the late afternoon and evening hours in the fall, winter, and spring. Otherwise, we really have no shading concerns on adjacent buildings to be concerned with. Next slide. And our next slide is actually a video. Also, Ryan, if you wouldn't mind bringing that up. So this is a video fly around we've created that gives you a really good sense of the project overall. Which may or may not play. Perfect. So we kind of wanted to start the video looking out towards the west. Is this having the viaduct as in our view corridor is such an advantage and draw to the site? Next, we're coming down the southwest corner of the building, looking over the Cooley Hill again, or looking down into the Cooley is just really highlighting the views from the building. This is our western facade, which is the most visible from the Couleys, with our pool and ballroom amenities located at the ground level along the front, coming along to the south facade where you can really get a sense of the modern prairie aesthetic. This would be views from our ballroom or the pool area. Again, pretty fantastic to be looking at the viaduct and down into the Couleys. Those suites that aren't focused outwards towards the Couleys are going to be focused inwards towards a central courtyard, an outdoor space, an outdoor amenity space that we believe creates a very intimate and somewhat wind-protected area for residents to enjoy. I apologize for the buffering. There we go. That's better. Perfect. So yeah, this is the views out along the viaduct down into the coulee. Really fantastic to have such a prominent feature of the landscape so close to this site. This is coming down the southwest corner of the building, looking down into the coulees, and then you can see our ballroom and pool amenities down at the ground level. This is our western facade, and again, our ballroom amenity and pool looking down into the coulee. We come along to the south facade. You really get a strong sense of the prairie aesthetic with the really strong horizontal lines and the materiality as well. Again, it's really a great feature of this site that we have this view to look forward to. This is that central courtyard area. Those who aren't looking out are going to be looking into this central area. A great outdoor amenity space which creates an intimate and somewhat weather-protected outdoor environment for the residents. Here we're coming along the south facade. You can see our new proposed road in the foreground at the base of the building. We come to the east facade, which is our main entrance. We can see our porte cochere at the entrance and our water feature and landscaping at the front, creating a beautiful, welcoming environment to the building from the east side. A little closer up, you get a sense of our materiality with the concrete and wood look, metal elements, as well as our color palette, more primarily earth tones, really siting the building appropriately in the prairie landscape. So just underneath the covered entrance and porte cochere. And then as we draw back to the building, wanted to call attention to our large full-width decks for every suite, really maximizing the private outdoor space for every resident and allowing them to take full advantage of the views. Excellent. Thanks a lot, Ryan, for getting that to work. Thanks a lot for your time. And myself, Carlos, and Gary are available for questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. We'll now call upon our pre-registered speakers to speak. I'm going to call upon Ms. Mary May. Is Ms. Mary May here? Welcome. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mary May, and I am an owner of a condo on the 3rd floor of Rio Vista Condos. I will be directly impacted adversely by the proposed construction of the large 6-story condo building to my north. At the moment, I look north to an unobstructed view of coulees, fields, and sky, and enjoy wonderful sunsets to the northwest. Also, because I get more the afternoon sun, my sunlight is limited in the day, and this will decrease the amount of sunlight that I will be receiving. As soon as this 341-unit condo complex is approved by the city, my property value will drop immediately. A well-respected local realtor told me that the value could drop by $20,000 to $30,000. Once it is built, my view will be gone. You can see how large that building is, and I will be looking directly at it. Who wants to look out on a 6-story building? Who will reimburse me for the drop in the value of my condo? Over time, this land has become a wildlife corridor for many species, including deer, rabbits, coyotes, hawks, owls, eagles, and their prey, such as voles and ground squirrels. The proposed area is also a drainage channel for that part of the coulees. The grasses and bushes there slow the release of meltwater in spring and heavy rains in summer, allowing for a slower natural release of water. On the south and west sides of the city, there are huge natural setback areas which provide buffer zones between the river valley and the developed areas. Why is this area being treated differently? Earlier this afternoon, I had the pleasure of speaking with the architect, Alvin Fritz. He kindly tried to allay my fears. However, he could not deny the fact that my view will soon be blocked by a large 6-story building. I realize I am a voice in the wilderness as I protest the construction of 102 Scenic Drive North. This new condo complex with its 341 luxury units provide a huge tax grab for the city. However, I could not live with my conscience if I did not speak out strongly against the construction of this 6-story building. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. May. Is there any member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, is there any member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? Please step forward and introduce yourself at the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Please tell us your name.
I am Gary Renkema, and the developer of 102 Scenic Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak. It's a pleasure to have the chance to be able to work back in Lethbridge area. I'll just give you a brief history. I was born and raised out on the West Coast. Come from a family of developer builders. I've always had a love for building, developing, and creation. So back in '97, I lived in Lethbridge area for about 8 years and built, considerable amount of homes, probably at least 200 to 250 homes in townhouse developments and including residential homes, and did some smaller commercial projects as well. So familiar with the Lethbridge area and really enjoyed my time here actually. And in that, still have some family in the area, definitely a lot of friends, and always been looking at property and things like that in the area. And since about 2015 have purchased some properties and also did another development in the Lethbridge area. So I'm super excited actually about the opportunity that 102 Scenic had offered when that property came available. Seeing that opportunity, I thought it was a great chance to do something unique in the Lethbridge area that Lethbridge, I feel, hasn't seen in a long time, or hasn't seen at all, being able to offer concrete building, amenities, and still trying to hit a price point that's still reasonable in the market, at a starting point, but obviously ending up at a higher end market, for retirees or empty nesters, that type of thing. So we're really excited about the project. We obviously have a long way to go, and but our team has really enjoyed working with the development services team here within the city of Lethbridge, and we really appreciate that. with the approval process. So, yeah, and I'd like to thank Alvin Fritz and his team as well. So thank you for this chance to speak, and yeah, look forward to the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reitma. Is there anyone else in the public that wishes to speak? For a second time, is there anybody else in the public that wishes to speak? For a third and final time, is there any other member who wishes to make a presentation? Please come forward and introduce yourself. Yes.
Good afternoon, Councilman, Mr. Mayor, and members of the public. I'm Bev LeBlanc. I've lived in Lethbridge all my life. I have never seen a development with this type of concern for something better. We have a few complexes, such as River Ridge, Rio Vista, Grandview, the Sierras. Those places are all full. There almost isn't anywhere else for people to go if they want a higher-end condo. To answer a couple of questions with regard to Mrs. Mary's concerns, views are not forever. It doesn't matter where you go in the city, somebody will have built a house, and pretty soon something blocks their view, whether it's another house, whether it's a commercial development. Nothing stays forever. The other thing is, people sometimes speculate about real estate and that their values will decrease. Nobody knows that. Real estate values are dependent on so many things, not just something that will block your view. And for those people who speculate prices will go down, perhaps they won't. Something of this magnitude may increase the values of others. To have those as excuses not to build something like this, for me, is not acceptable. I hope you will side with the developers and let them know that we in Lethbridge welcome better quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LeBlanc. For a final time, is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. Start with Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. This is for the developer, if I can, Mr. Rinkma. Thank you very much for making your presentation and talking about. I would like to just ask you, when you have someone like Mrs. or Ms. May coming up and giving her concerns, what is your answer to her when there's sight lines and views and that sort of thing? I'm sure you've had pleasant conversations, but I want to hear your point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, these types of things are difficult, and I understand the concerns for sure. The hard thing is this is a development site. The property is a development site, so it's designed to be built on with a certain amount of units already, and so I think regardless of the sight lines and maybe the lack of if it was blocked with some shadowing, that type of thing, regardless, at the end of the day a building will go up there at some point, and I really feel that we've spent a lot of time looking at trying to do it as tastefully as we could, and still, of course, we'd love to take into consideration all of those things, but within reason, we will do what we can to, keep, things within reason and do our best. But, corridors, those types of things are really difficult. And I think, in keeping with the presentation there earlier, you can see with the sight lines, that building is back a fair distance from our building. So there is still sight lines, from each direction, so.
Just a couple of quick ones. Is it, I do understand it's on a kind of a geothermal sort of area that was used for coal mining at one time. Was there ever any concerns on that, what's underneath, or that's totally investigated?
Correct, it is investigated. We've had a geotechnical engineer do a full report as well as extensive drilling on the site. And yeah, we've gone to great lengths to make sure that, the site will support this building and, there won't be any issues. So.
And the one last thing I was going to ask you about is the water loop situation. How are you going to rectify that?
I think our team is working with the Development Services Department and dealing with that. I think there is a solution that they've come up with, but that would be something for our team to speak into.
Great, thank you very much.
Hey, you're welcome.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, everyone, for the information in the presentation. I'm not certain who this question will go to. Perhaps Mr. Kilgore. Just an explanation as to why the requirement for the second access. I don't see that same requirement in documentation around the view. So what is the need for a second access there?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So I believe when the view was originally proposed, it was going to be just under 100 units. And that is the cutoff where a second access would be required. As I understand it, it actually ended up being a bit over 100 units. I think it's 117. So in that case, we would have actually required a secondary access. The requirement comes from, I believe, the fire code or the building code. They're both kind of related in that way. And so it is in case of some kind of emergency where there has to be emergency access, but maybe one road's been closed off.
Councillor Kaufman, are you still there?
Sorry, yes, thank you. If I turn my mic off, the question probably gets answered easier. The loop water access is also a requirement, again, because of the size of the structure. Again, I'm not certain if the view has that.
Right, yes. I'm not clear on whether our water department has a specific number that the requirement kicks in at, but again, it's the same reason, essentially, that you don't want to be dependent on one water supply for such a large number of units and presumably people. So I also understand that the nearest unaffected hydrant available if you needed a temporary water supply to be set up is about 500 meters away. So again, you just want to have that resiliency so that you have a second option. If a water main has to be worked on or something like that, you would still have water supply for all these people.
Thank you. Final question. To date, the only land use document that I can think of is the London Road area redevelopment plan that has a condition of shadow regarding development. Is that correct? We don't have any other conditions or criteria about the shadow cast on a building, correct?
Yes, that was the first time that we introduced development rules in the land use bylaw requiring the submission of a daylight or shadowing study with a development permit application. So that came in with the London Road ARP as a requirement in there, and then we put the submission requirements into the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Spearman. Thank you very much, Mr. Kilgore, for the information that we're receiving. My question is for you. I know there was a geotechnical survey done, but we are sitting there on Gulch Mine 1, the first shaft mine and the old air shaft. The geotech an issue, but what if it's wrong? Does the city bear any liability, or would any liability be only for the developer if some potential hazard happens that we couldn't foresee because of that mine?
Sorry, Councillor Crossan, you were cutting out a little bit, but I think if I understand correctly, you were asking if the city would have any liability in regards to subsidence caused by mines. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Would that maybe be a question for city solicitor?
Yeah, are we, is the question, could the city be liable if there's a geological failure?
Based on the coal mine and our awareness that the coal mine is there.
Ultimately, those questions are very fact dependent, and so I'm not able to give a much more definitive answer than it's possible that there would be some risk in that, but it would depend precisely on the facts.
I believe Councillor Campbell asked a question, and the proponents did say that they had engaged an engineer who had given an opinion. I think the clarification that Councillor Crossan's asking is that's their engineer. Are we protected as a municipal entity?
It would depend precisely on the engineer's opinion and if we're entitled to rely
Yes,
upon
that's what I'm looking for.
I assume we can. To that extent, that engineer's insurance would provide some backup, but what we always have to remember in liability questions for municipalities is how joint and several liability works. So if there was a lawsuit, the afflicted would name anybody who possibly could be in any way, shape responsible. And so to simplify the fact, what I'm trying to describe, let's say it was just that engineer and the city, and they found the engineer 99% responsible and the city 1% responsible. There's only so much money that the insurance from the engineer is going to give us, and the rest will come from that 1%. So the actual cost of an award, whoever can pay, pays. And so there's not really a way to totally eliminate any risk where the city has a theoretical possibility of liability.
Not even the signing of a waiver?
Not even the signing of a waiver.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Sorry, Councillor Crossan was done? I'll assume silence means yes. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Most of my questions have been answered, I think, and forgive me if I plow old ground again. Probably through you to Mr. Kilgore, if I can. There are existing condos in the ARP right now. Is the reason that we are having to rezone and remove this from the existing ARP, is it just because of the development agreement? Is that correct?
The reason for removing this parcel from the ARP is essentially because the ARP was adopted at a time when obviously this whole plan area was very different, and the development context has really completely changed since then. The Railway Relocation Lands ARP was adopted to deal with the movement of the rail yards and the realignment of the highway. Obviously, since that time in the 80s, we've seen pretty much that entire plan area completely redeveloped, and this is one of, if not the last portions of the plan area that hasn't been redeveloped. So the guidance and the site description and so on that's in that ARP is really not relevant anymore. We would consider perhaps in the next year or two proposing that council actually rescind that plan, because it's essentially reached the point where it's served its purpose and it's no longer current. but for this one application on its own, we felt that it was more prudent just to remove this from the plan area and deal with the rezoning on its own.
But I'm still curious. The other developments that are within the ARP did not need rezoning. Why does this one need rezoning? What makes it different from the previous ones?
Perhaps I could refer that question to Maureen Gehring.
So thank you, Councillor Carlson. So in this particular direct control, we do have the building plans attached to it, which is different from the other ones. As well, this particular direct control is actually a little bit more restrictive than what could happen in the ARP. So what we've done is we've actually sort of customized what happens on this site. And as Ross had mentioned, the rules in this direct control are actually more relevant to what's happening today. It was very general language in the ARP, and actually some things that we didn't want to see happen in terms of this site in the ARP language. So that's why we removed it, is actually to have a little bit clearer idea of what's going to happen on the parcel and a little bit more certainty for the neighbors.
Okay, and part of my reason for asking that question was because if there was something in the current ARP that this is in that would not allow a structure of this, that would change my thoughts on this, because then we're changing the rules midstream. But what you're saying is we're doing this to make it more restrictive.
Yes,
not
we
less.
are. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Second question, if I may. I believe, Mr. Kilgore, you said during your presentation that CP said that vibration, what was the word you used? Vibrations are rarely noticeable over 50 meters away. And I'm talking about vibrations, noise abatement, et cetera, et cetera. There is a berm at present. What if that berm proves insufficient? Who's on the hook for more sound abatement if it becomes necessary? Who decides what's necessary and what's not, and who's paying for it?
Thank you, Councillor. So yes, you're right. The guidelines state that vibration is rarely an issue greater than 50 meters from the track, and this would be 53 meters. Sorry, 72 meters from the track and 53 meters from the right-of-way. So that doesn't mention anything about a berm in the guidelines. That's just kind of a distance in terms of the vibration carried through the ground. The berm, I believe, would help more with sound, deflecting sound, and obviously anything like a derailment. Further, the applicant has indicated that the architecture has been designed to help with vibration issues as well. So I believe they're using triple paned windows on that side of the building, and also the concrete construction apparently is better at absorbing vibration as well.
Okay, so thank you, but it doesn't help me. What if day 2 after this opens, we measure X number of decibels over the allowed limit? What happens?
So they are guidelines. These aren't binding regulations that we have to comply with. It's essentially a guidelines document produced by the municipalities and the Rail Association together to try and kind of have universal development guidelines across the country, but there's no statutory weight to them.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Spearman, I do have one final question, but I can hop out if you've got others.
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Final question. We've talked a little bit about the mine site. Do we know what else was previously on this site? There's been some questions raised about environmental concerns, wildlife habitat, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if any traditional land use assessment has been done. Can you allay any concerns for people that are asking those questions?
Hey, Councillor. From the geotechnical assessment, it identified where there were openings for previous mining. I believe they were all to the east end of the parcel. So essentially the part that's being left open, I believe, is part of their landscaping. The geotechnical assessment also set out soil sampling and so on, and how any issues there could be dealt with in terms of removing soil not being left on the site, that kind of thing, and how the construction itself should be designed to avoid any problems with subsidence. They've also kept the planting, the grass on the west side and the north side, excuse me, of the building, native grasses without irrigation, so that would avoid problems with irrigation seeping through the top layer of soil and hitting that clay layer and kind of sliding off, which we've seen happen elsewhere in the city. And then the way the drainage is designed, the stormwater drainage, is all essentially directed into the interior of the site and then through the stormwater system, so it doesn't hit the paved areas or the roof of the building and kind of run off down into the coulees. It would instead be graded in such a way that it would be directed into the stormwater system. In terms of wildlife, we don't have any policies around that for a site like this, where it's essentially a redevelopment site. Although it kind of appears like a greenfield site when you look at it today, in reality it is a previously developed site with some potential for things like soil contamination and underground structures and so on. So I guess we have to see it in that context, where this is a site close to the downtown that's coming up for redevelopment.
Okay. And did you speak to traditional land use or historic site?
Oh, apologize.
Sorry. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson, just to add a couple of things, this site has had an environmental phase 2 done. So there were some contaminated soils that are contained within the berm. All this has been checked through Alberta Environment. Alberta Environment has issued a certificate, understanding that the site is safe to build on. The berm cannot be disturbed though, so there can't be fencing put up on the berm or anything like that. Okay, just to answer that part of your question as well. It has a full and complete cleanup done on it. In terms of any previous activities or materials.
Appreciate that. I still haven't heard about traditional land use or historic places.
Because the site was so developed in terms of the mining activity, there wouldn't have been any artifacts or anything left in that respect, because already it has been graded and the soils have been dealt with. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? I have one for the developer and probably this, I don't know if the same question applies to the architects, whoever would answer the question. The question is, as it is, we occasionally have received complaints from residents of the View and other neighbors about railway activities, specifically noises and smell related to locomotives that are idling in the wintertime. Diesel locomotives have to run constantly when the temperature drops below -10. And so CP Rail has said, well, we're not really thrilled about this. I think their thought is it's going to generate more complaints. Are you communicating? It's pretty obvious, you're right beside a railway. But there are going to be trains that are going to idle for logistical reasons. And CP Rail has essentially moved from being on the land to idling their trains on the bridge. That's been their practice to try and accommodate the concerns of residents. Is it being communicated that there could be noise and there could be smells associated with the railway that residents might have to put up with?
Obviously, when we're doing our sales, with different buyers, that type of thing, we are right by the viaduct. So, I mean, that would be communicated. I would feel that we would communicate that for sure to potential buyers. I mean, the beautiful part of that site is the fact that we got that viaduct there and the views. So with a little bit of, yes, there may be a little bit of noise, but I think the the views and what we have to offer is going to outweigh that. And I think we're going to be very forthright with our buyers. I mean, obviously, we have nothing to hide there. We can't hide the train. So
Yeah.
I think we're good. But
Yeah, I think where people have concerns is when the train runs all night. So that's, yeah.
for sure, and I totally understand. But yes, I think we would be forthright. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions from council? Hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. We're now going to reconvene the regular city council meeting as soon as the technology allows us to do so.
Sorry, Mayor Spearman. I was curious. I could offer some additional information to some of the questions answered, if possible, and if you're open to it.
I've closed the public hearing at this
Sorry
point.
about that.
Thank you. Yeah. Could be 5-1. Wonder how quick that'll be. No, I was wondering because Bill Chapman's been sitting there waiting for 5-2. Sounds good. See if council can. Okay, we're going to resume the city council meeting. Can we just check to make sure councillors are available online, please?
So Councillor Campbell,
I'm here.
Councillor Carlson,
Present.
Councillor Crowson,
Here.
Councillor Hagan,
Here.
Councillor Morrow,
Yep.
Councillor Miyashiro,
Here.
Acting Mayor Parker,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman,
Present.
Mayor Spearman.
Here.
All present.
Okay, we'll resume the city council meeting. I see Bill Chapman is here from the Highway 3 Twinning Development Association. Can we deal with 5.2? If no one objects, we'll move forward with that. I'll ask Acting Mayor Parker to read the resolution.
Members of council, please refer to item 5.2, the Highway 3 Twinning Development Association membership. Be it resolved that City Council approve the payment of the 2020 annual membership effective January 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020 with the Highway 3 Twinning Development Association in the amount of $7,500 to be funded from council contingencies. Mr. Mayor.
We've been a member of the Highway 3 Twinning Association for a number of years. This is a renewal of the annual membership. The Twinning Association has had a very successful year with approval of, I think, about 46 kilometers of twinning as part of the current provincial plan, and is hopeful for additional support for additional twinning of the highway, and continues their lobbying efforts. So believe that benefits the region and the city of Lethbridge in supporting economic development in the area, and also provides a high level of safety to those who use Highway 3, many of whom are residents of the city of Lethbridge. So I would encourage council to renew their membership with the Highway 3 Twinning Association. Annual cost is $7,500. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Are we just late to the party? I noticed that our invoice was sent out, I guess, September 30th. It just seems odd to be paying for 2020 at the end of 2020.
Mr. Chapman?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The answer to that question is that your first payment that you made to us earlier was from 2018 to 2019, and rather than trying to start it from January 1st to the 31st is to make it the 2020 year payable from the summer of 2020 into 2021, just to keep it constant with how you've been paying in the past and not to overlap payments, because otherwise by December, again, we're already going to be invoicing for 2021. So, you know, we would bless this council with the opportunity to stagger that relationship to the summer of 2021 for the next payment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hagan?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just a quick question. What the $7,500, is that what we paid all along? Is that just a constant number each year?
Yeah, there's a reduction for use of the room, which they really haven't used this year, but yes.
So it's usually more than 7,500? What have we paid? What's our last?
No, the normal fee would be 10,000, but there's a discount for use of the Culver City room for meetings.
Okay, and that's what we paid in the past, 10,000. Thank you.
Yeah. Less the room reduction. Yeah. Yes. Any further questions from council? I see none. I'll ask Mr. Chapman to take a seat in the audience and we'll deal with the resolution. So,
thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's been questions on the resolution. The mayor has introduced. Any other questions or now debate? Mr. Mayor?
I believe that there's benefit to participating in the Highway 3 Association, and I believe they've been successful, and that warrants our continued membership.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any further debate? Councillor Hagan, are you in for the debate? No, I saw you in the queue here, so. Looking at the queue
Nope, I'm
here. Anyone else online would like to add to debate? Seeing none, Mr. Mayor, can I take that as your closing as well?
My close, I call the question.
And I'll take it as, if I hear silence, I'll take that as in favor. So all those in favor, raise your hands. Opposed? Opposed once again? Carries. Unanimous.
Thank you. Now we'll go back to 5.1. I have a resolution from Councillor Miyashiro, Financial Reserves Policy, CC 65. Be it resolved that the new Financial Reserves Council Policy, CC 65, be adopted as provided in Attachment 1. And further, that the Community Reserve be changed to the Municipal Reserve. Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. In November of 2019, Council directed the Audit Committee to review the purpose, funding sources, funding expenditures, and policies of each of our financial reserves, and if required, make recommendations regarding these reserves to City Council for consideration. The draft reserves policy was presented to Audit Committee October 1st of this year, and Audit has recommended that City Council adopt this policy. The listing of the current reserves is provided, and it's recommended that the name of the Community Reserve be changed to Municipal Reserve.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from Council? I see no questions.
There's no questions, then I would call the question.
Hey, Councillor Miyashiro has called the question. Is there any debate? I see none. All in favor? Are any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Okay, we'll now move on to official business.
Yep, thank you.
I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Parker. Postponement of Section D items of Capital Improvement Program. Whereas City Council is scheduled to deliberate on the Capital Improvement Program CIP for 2022 to 2031, and whereas the current economic conditions would suggest that access to provincial and federal grant programs will be severely limited for this CIP planning cycle, and whereas City Council is desirous to limit the pressure that capital projects might place on future city operating budgets, therefore be it resolved that City Council only consider critical, essential infrastructure and community projects during the upcoming CIP deliberations. And further be it resolved that all new facilities and new community group proposals as identified for inclusion in Section D be postponed beyond 2025 in the 10-year CIP. Acting Mayor Parker?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, I appreciate my colleagues allowing me to bring this as a notice of motion 2 weeks ago. And over the last 2 weeks, I haven't gotten any questions. I've had one query from one member of council, but I haven't had anything. I am going to entertain questions in regards to this, and I may need members of administration to help me in regards to some clarification on certain projects, but I'll just entertain questions before I get into debate, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Parker, or Acting Mayor Parker. I have a question on the airport projects. So critical essential infrastructure might be a matter of opinion. In the event that there are capital grant programs available from either the provincial or the federal government, would these projects still be included in the CIP?
Yeah, and so what I wanted to have some kind of discretion because it isn't really a black and white issue. It's when monies come across the board, for example, I'm going to use the exhibition. When the exhibition had provincial grants that came across the board, it was a great opportunity for us to leverage funds. I'm thinking about projects outside of that don't get other grants, strictly 100% municipal tax dollars. I would like to have those community projects put on hold that are non-essential.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. Thank you, Councillor Parker, Acting Mayor Parker. And I did have some questions and I forgot to get back to you. I'm very sorry, but reading it again, I'm recalling what some of them were. In the first, therefore be it resolved, what does it mean by community projects?
Community projects are the project. So go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, it says we only consider critical essential infrastructure and community projects. I'm not sure what you mean by community projects. Can you give me a definition or maybe some examples of what you mean by community projects which will be considered?
So for example, a community project which would be something that we just have to maintain as critical infrastructure. So I did email you guys, each and every one of you, a list of projects that were built from 2005 to 2021 under the category of Section D. So there were community projects that were critical in regards to the upkeeping of the project. This could be anything from a roof replacement, an ice replacement, a slab replacement. Those are things that are community projects that can sometimes be community driven that need to be taken care of. It's like take care of your own house before you build new things. And I'll get more into my debate and hopefully that will clarify a lot of that. But I'm talking about projects, for example, that come over, and I don't want to take this wrong. The Performing Arts Center has been a popular project in our community. We also know that funds are very limited in our community. And I think we almost need to take our foot off the accelerator, or put our foot on the brake and say, you know what, maybe it's time for us to put a pause on the community projects. And when reflecting and looking back of all the projects we built and the pressures that we put on our operating budget. So I want to give our organizations, our community groups, a heads up that this is where we're going and this is what we want to do. It's not that we don't value their projects, it's come to a point where the well is actually run dry. The Bank of Lethbridge is, getting less more funds. And so ongoing, we have to tell these organizations, these community groups that, you know what, for this next budget cycle, the CIP, which will be starting next year, actually the process has already started, but the true deliberations will occur next May and June, that these projects won't be on council's radar, just for a sense of showing restraint. I'm seeing you scratch your head there in that small box, so.
Councillor Carlson, do you have any further questions, or do I move on to?
I was on mute the entire time, and I had a great question. Sorry, Councillor Parker, I still don't understand what you mean by community projects. That we will only consider. What do you describe as a community project, as opposed to in your next, further be it resolved? How do they differ from new facilities and community group proposals?
Community projects. Okay, I'll use an example. If you look at the sheet that I provided you, you look at the ATP Center. That was really a community-driven project. You look at the Performing Arts Center. That's a community-driven project. This isn't driven by administration. This is driven by a separate party, a separate organization outside of the corporate city of Lethbridge. So these are the projects that I want people to say, I want us to, as a council, to say, we're putting a hold on any new projects being built outside of maintaining what we have.
Okay, I'm sorry, maybe I'm just thick, but I still don't get the difference between a community project and a community group proposal.
Okay, so, well, can someone from the administration help me clarify this? If not, that's okay, because it's my resolution and I'll stand behind it. What I'm trying to say is I'm putting a stop to any new non-essential crucial infrastructure projects within our next CIP, and those projects falling within the Section D of the CIP program.
Okay, thank you. I'll try and figure that out. My second question is you talked about the recent Lethbridge and District exhibition, the Exolution project, being an exception to this. Can you explain that? Because had council not funded it, even in pieces, and had it in the CIP and had examined it and had it on the list, we wouldn't have been able to get those funds. So I'm curious how you would deal with something that we could get funded for if we're not even going to consider it.
Well, I would look at it this way. We considered it because this resolution was not on the books. But at any time, council has an opportunity to open up the CIP if funds come over the wall. For example, if a grant comes from both the provincial or a grant comes from federal government, council should do their due diligence and looking at what the funds being provided. I'm just saying that any future projects that are not any grant funding or are not being brought forward, they're not even be considered at this time. But once again, council, through being a finance committee, as any time can open up the CIP and reconsider any project that they have on the books.
Okay, I'll hop out, Your Worship.
I think the city treasurer would like to provide some clarification. I'll ask Ms. Pinkson.
Mayor Spearman, I think the intent in that resolution was to include the word community group projects. In the Section D headings, we have currently to date, we have previously approved projects, maintaining current assets and ongoing projects, new facilities, planning, and community group projects. And so I think Councillor Parker's intent was to minimize new facilities and community group projects if there was not currently available funding for those types of projects.
Thank you. So, Ms. Pickson, are you recommending a mild amendment to this? And that, I think the amendment would be then, if I may, would to take out the word, say it again, sorry, I was bringing up that resolution here.
Maybe I can help.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins.
Because I had a conversation as well with Councillor Parker, along with Jennifer. Haley was away that day. So just for clarity here, as I understand it, what Councillor Parker is talking about is in terms of a postponement beyond 2025 is the two categories that show up on D1, Section D1 in the CIP today, which are around what we classify historically as new facilities, brand new things, and our community groups. The reference to everything in Section D is a community project already. That's a generic term. Infrastructure, essential community projects just refer in the context of Section D1 to everything except those two last categories, new facilities and community groups. So if I recall our conversation, Councillor Parker, that was the intent of this resolution, was not to limit council's discussion or debate around maintaining current assets, dealing with prior decisions, previously approved projects, being able to deal with planning projects, those kinds of things. But rather to say, hey, if we don't have it on the books today, if it's brand new and or from both a new facility and or a community group perspective, as we've defined previously in D1, then those things should be put off till 2025. Does that provide any greater clarity?
That's how our discussion with members of our administration when I was trying to craft this. So does it need to be amended, or is it just, I don't think it needs to be amended, it just it's how it's perceived and how it's seen.
Assuming we understand that last operative clause and what it is that we've defined traditionally as new facilities and community group projects, then those are the things that as we consider the CIP, the we'll either be considering them in the first 4-year approved window or not. They'll get deferred beyond 2025.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Councillor Parker, for bringing this forward. And I too was a bit confused, as Councillor Carlson was, because what you're saying is that council needs to not consider a bunch of things that might be good for our community in the CIP. If you look at things like the TB Center, wouldn't be considered in something like this. If you're looking at other things like the redevelopment of Henderson Pool, wouldn't be considered in this kind of resolution. So the question is it necessary to limit what we have discussions about during the CIP, whether or not it's what was the term you used here was essential infrastructure or a community project, because they all do serve as purpose. Is the intent just to only look at things that are critical to the operation of the city?
Yes.
Period.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Acting Mayor Parker. Sort of to follow up on that then as well, when we're looking at the terms critical or essential infrastructure, do we have some sort of definition around that? Who determines that something is critical or essential?
That's a good question, and it's up to us to decide that as well. I think my resolution's more is messaging to the community in regards to new facilities, the wants versus the needs, and that's how hopefully I'll frame that in my debate when we do open up debate. But of course, like I'm thinking, for example, road upgrades, sewage water treatment plants, things that fall, of course, outside of Section D. Those are critical infrastructure. But there are things within the community project that are critical, because you have to, for example, the MX Center renovation expansion, that was to help to maintain the current assets. So those were to maintain what we have. And those fall within Section D.
Okay, thank you.
So it's a bit of an art. It's not so much black or white too in regards to the discretion of what's considered essential and what's considered non-essential.
Okay, thank you. Second question then, when you're referring to Section D, are you referring to the existing Section D, or are you referring to the future Section D that would come forward in 2021?
Future, in going into 2021. That's being in our deliberations in both May and June of next year.
So the instruction basically to staff would be move ahead with the CIP as per normal, but that council is establishing some form of rules of engagement right now around Section D.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Another question, if I can, through you to Acting Mayor Parker. The word "consider" in the first actionable clause. So you're saying council won't even hear anything?
Correct.
So in the case of, such as, again, the exhibition, the Exolution project, we wouldn't have even heard about it. We wouldn't have helped fund a study to get it shovel ready. It would just not even have been there.
City Council, correct. But once again, council, if it sees fit, if a project comes over the wall where some kind of funding, we have the opportunity. This isn't written in snow. This is not snow. Pardon my pun there. This isn't written in stone in regards to we're never going to keep we're never going to say no to everything. This is more saying direction to the community where we stand as a corporation at this point or as a council. But of course, if something comes over the wall, just like anything else, if for example, the transit facility, the transit was something that was, was a facility that was kind of in the horizon, but when funds came across in regards to grants, we revisited, we opened up the CIP, and we debated it.
Okay, I'm just, for the final question for now, would it not make more sense to consider all the projects? I mean, we know that we have no funding, right? So, I mean, council's not going to put a bunch of things on the books that we don't have the money, obviously, to proceed with. But wouldn't it make sense to at least have considered them all? Like, if there's even small projects that may have a benefit to keeping people working and active during the downturn that we're currently in, wouldn't it make more sense to at least have considered that? I mean, it's up to council to be fiscally responsible and say, yeah, we've got no money, so we're not going to proceed with all these projects, put them out there, but at least consider them. And so that's, I'm just not sure how the CIP would work then. It would basically be an administrative document saying, here's what's critical.
Yeah.
That's all. And day one, it's over.
And I'll get into my debate and explain a little more why I'm doing what I'm doing when I get into the debate. And I hope that your debate and of course will counter me or maybe agree with me when I do speak to it.
Okay. So, but just to be clear, you don't even want to consider anything.
I don't want to consider any wants going into our next CIP project in our community. And I'll explain that in my debate.
Okay, I guess I'd need to know what you mean by wants.
Okay. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Mr. Parker and Mr. Your Worship. If I'm just going to get specific, like for example, Performing Arts Center, it's on the books right now. By this resolution, is that going to be done then in the next go around?
It wouldn't be considered at the next CIP. It would be on the next window. It would be considered in the next window past 2025.
So that is by this resolution, that is going to be, that's a dead on the book thing right now.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Higgin.
Hi there. I think my question was asked, and maybe just for a clarification to Councillor Parker or Acting Mayor Parker. I just need some understanding again. I know you've probably answered this 1,000 times. My apologies, but any project that's currently on a CIP would still have to stop until after 2025, unless it is. I'm just trying to figure this out. Sorry.
So,
and you maybe will just answer that in your debate. I take it.
Yeah, I'll try to answer that in my debate, please.
Thank you.
Hey, I have a few questions too. Could I see the list on the list of projects?
I was just coming up first. You can have there's one right there for you. Yeah, too.
Thank you. I guess what concerns me is Section D is really the only section of the CIP where council has some discretion. Are we biasing our Section D towards projects which are being brought forward by administration? And I don't mean that in the wrong way, but our administration has a lot more sophisticated resources. They have engineering skills at their access. The community doesn't have that. So some projects would come forward that I guess some like the West Lethbridge Operations Depot. Very few people in the community would understand or think that that's a priority. But that's one of the few areas that council has discretion, Section D. So my general question is, do we bias our Section D towards requests from our administration over those from the public?
I don't think so, because even if this resolution was to pass, those other projects, that being in transportation or any other projects, still have to be vetted, come through this process, and then have to be voted on based on its merits, seeing if it is crucial. we asked the administration at the time, is this something that needs to be done? Is this something we can push down for later on? So it doesn't mean that all the other projects outside of Section D would automatically be approved. They still have to go through the venting process of the CIP. I'm just looking at the Section D projects. You know, a lot of these things are, I hate to say, I don't want to use the word term warm fuzzies, but these are more of your wants in a community versus your needs. And that's how I see a lot of a good majority of the projects within the community Section D projects.
So a project like the NMAX renovation that we did a few years ago, even though it added things like the score clock and the video system and all kinds of seating, that could be perceived as enhancing a current asset as opposed to a want. How would you view that? Would that be a want, or would that be enhancing a current asset?
Well, I think the main thrust when we did do that project was to make sure that everything was up to date, up proper, and up to code and thing. But at the same time, if you could, we did, I think we did leverage some grants into doing some other stuff there as well. And once again, it isn't black or white, but if certain fund grants do come over the wall from the federal province and a community, and it does fit within the Section D, we as a council can visit that, open up the CIP or open up something within Section D to make that project occur.
So it wouldn't preclude projects. So like the transit terminal, total cost $19,900,000. The city basically got that facility for 25 cents on the dollar.
That's correct. And if this resolution passed, it doesn't mean that we couldn't do that again.
So would this preclude the third bridge?
I don't know if that would fall under the Section D within the CIP, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it would fall within that.
I think the study is we've got a study pigeonholed for 2024 or 2025 for eventual development beyond about 2030, but would that put the third bridge off as
just a
a
second, Mr.
one?
City Manager, would the third bridge fall under Section D, or would that fall inside of something else within the CIP?
Traditionally, it would be in Section C, transportation section.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, I have no further questions. Guess we can move on to debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And once again, there's a reason why it was a notice of motion. I thought I'd get a lot of these questions via email or via text, but I think it's also healthy to have these questions at a council meeting too, so people understand the context. The reason why I'm doing this resolution is we do a lot of great things in our community. We do some wonderful things in regards to community projects. I think first and foremost, I provided a sheet here, and it showed here we spent, with combination of other grants, we spent well over $500 million on community projects in our community. And probably the most expensive one that we've done is the ATB Center. The ATB Center, we did it. It was something that the community wanted. We found funding. We made it happen. Over the last, and this is from 2005 to 2021, we've built numerous projects in making our community a great place. Here's the analogy I look at. The city of Lethbridge has done a lot of catching up and built some amazing things, and a lot of, not so much needs, but a lot of wants in the community. And we've come to a point where the community has said, I don't want to say enough is enough, but enough is enough. It's kind of like this. You have a beautiful house, or you've had a house that's a little tired, you fixed up, you built an expansion, you put the pool in the backyard, you've done some amazing things, brand new fence, but it comes to a point that you just don't keep on building onto the house. Maybe you should just take care of what you got. And there's a lot of uncertainty in the economy right now. And I mean that, there's a lot of uncertainty. Like, I know we use that cliche a lot, but outside of just the issues regarding coronavirus, but also in the economy, you also got to look at what's on the horizon from the provincial and federal government. And I think we've heard it loud and clear that things are really tightening up at both orders of government. And so I think it's incumbent upon us as a municipal corporation, as a council, to give a message. And that's what this resolution, it gives a message to those community groups out there that have their, not so much pet projects, but they're important projects, but it's also projects that we cannot afford at this time. outside of just the capital improvement program and the pay-as-you-go, but the ongoing cost of keeping these facilities running when they are built. So I think it's just prudent, just like people are doing within their households right now. They don't know job security. They don't know what's coming down the pipe in regards to what their financial situation. I'm saying we should just take care of our critical infrastructure, our pipes, our roads, our water treatment plant, take care of our ATB center that we built, our MMAX, take care of the ice rinks that we have. But you know what? Let's just put a hold on any future projects. And the reason why I'm passing the resolution now, it gives those organizations, those special interest groups, and when I say special interest, that's not a slight. That means people that have taken time. It tells them, hey, City Hall is really tightening up. And you know what? The next 5 years to 10 years within the CIP, maybe this isn't the right time to be putting projects on the go, because we've approved numerous. We've spent millions upon millions of dollars on great things in our community. All I'm saying is, can we just put a hold? And this is what the community is telling me. The community is telling me, can you just put a hold? And from talking to our administration, the funds are getting lower and lower each and every CIP cycle. And so I just think it's incumbent upon us to tell organizations, community groups who have their wants, not so much their needs, that this CIP isn't going to be the CIP. This is going to be the CIP of restraint. And I think that should be the theme. It's a CIP of restraint. We've given direction to our administration to go back and find 5 to, if not 10%, which is within the business units. So I think it's important that we tell our organizations and our groups out there that the CIP is going to be a tight one. And most of those projects, if not all of them, fall within Section D. Now, if money comes over the wall and so much like a 75 or 50% funding from another order of government, we have the right to open up the CIP and visit a project that may fit within the parameters. But right now, I'm just saying restraint is what we need, and that's what this resolution says to our community and to our corporation. So I'd ask for council support.
Hey, so that is Councillor Parker's opening. Would any other member of council like to speak? I see no one at this time.
Oh.
Councillor Campbell.
I'll just, what I'm saying isn't set in snow, but I understand where you're coming from, and I get that, but I guess I struggle with us saying out front nobody's going to get anything. I think because we have the ability every time there's a CIP to say we're not going to get this, and who's to say that there isn't? I mean, I'm going to go the opposite way of you. Maybe something will come across that a government will provide some funding for. You know, and someone's definition of what they need could be different from someone else's opinion of what they absolutely need. So I feel that to say, no, we're not going to do this will possibly hinder an ability to find some kind of motivation or, you know, where a government provides incentives for things to get an economy going. We have the ability to say no during CIP negotiations. So I think we need to just continue with the process, but and with the community absolutely knowing it's going to be a tough go. So I don't think I can support this this resolution today.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and I do appreciate the message that this official business resolution is sending, because I think our community does need to know, and I think we've been pretty blunt up till now, but reinforcing the message, always important. We don't have a lot of money. We know that we're in financial restraint, but I think the onus needs to be on council as finance committee to be judicious, to show financial restraint and financial responsibilities during our CIP deliberations. And I wouldn't want to limit what we consider and what we don't. I think it may possibly do a great disservice to our community. It may, I think, in my opinion, it'll do a huge disservice to members of council, not allowing them to actually consider projects that may be beneficial, they may be necessary, they may be essential to our community, but they don't fit whoever designs what we see and what we don't see, which I think is very unfair to our community. Our community expects council to respond to their requests, whether we say yes or no. But I don't think we can say, no, we're not listening to you at all. Further, I'd rather be prepared for what might or might not come over the wall, so to speak. If a large federal or provincial pot of money opens up for projects that we haven't even considered or thought about, or we're not going to be ready. I'd much rather be ready and say, yeah, those dollars that are opening up, we've got 5 projects that, yeah, we put off until 2025 and beyond, but we're prepared for them. We actually considered them. We listened to them. We did some good planning, some thoughtful exercises around them. We said, no, we can't afford them right now, but now if money comes available, we're ready to act. We're not scrambling. So I think it just does a huge disservice to not consider. I like the messaging. I think people of Lethbridge know full and well that we don't have a lot of money, and a lot of frivolous requests would not be smart at this time. But if you've got good, solid requests, bring them forward. Council will at least consider them and place them somewhere in the 10-year window so that if funding does become available, we're ready. So I do like the messaging, Acting Mayor Parker. I really, really do. I appreciate it. But I also think we need to honor the community that may have some thoughts, may have some ideas to present to council. And we have to allow council to do their job to consider thoughtfully and make appropriate plans and show good fiscal planning. So I appreciate the message, but I can't support the resolution to just not consider anything.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Acting Mayor Parker, for bringing this forward. Certainly, it's been an interesting debate. I emphatically agree with the maintenance and critical infrastructure is something we have to maintain. As takes us for making those decisions and puts it into the admin's hands, etc. Because some of the times what admin might consider essential, council may not. And so we need to be the ones making this discussion. A couple of months ago, my colleagues commented when we gave $1 million to curve pandemic, and that we need to have something to look forward to. And I think also community projects, which some of us are certainly part of that hope as well. So as much as we put $1 million into a spring event, I don't think we take away the ability for community groups to come to money. There is not a possibility that much is going to be made or built or money is going to go to anything. But again, we have these, we have our ways of doing that. The CIP is something that we can have discussions around. I look back for being built in Medicine Hat and in the expansion in Lethbridge of the Gulf. Medicine Hat was ahead of us. Medicine we didn't get. It's one of the reasons they got a theater as far faster shovel ready than we were, and they were prepared. And if we don't do this in a smart, planned way, when that money that you keep talking about comes over the wall, we won't be ready. I have about this in a much more planned and instructive manner, and that's what CIP is supposed to be. Yes, I know almost everything, but if we're smart, we'll have some things ready for that money that does come over the wall. So I will be voting against this.
You were breaking up while you were talking. Could you repeat that?
Oh, please say not true.
Okay. I think we understand you're not supporting the resolution. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I had a lot of the same comments as Councillor Crowson, and since we didn't hear hers, you don't have to hear mine either. But certainly along the same vein, governance is hard, and when you put your name on the ballot to sit here, you have to be prepared for that and be prepared for the tough decisions. my concern about this motion, while I appreciate the spirit in which it's brought forward, my concern is that it limits council's authority. The reality is that we have been elected to do this and to address everything that comes in front of us. We have to remember that 8 months ago, probably very few of us sitting around the table even, we're thinking that we're going to be heading into this type of governing situation, and we have adapted. We have transformed. We've stepped up in certain ways, and in other ways we've let things slide. 8 months from now, when we're going into CIP, can be a totally new world. It can be a totally different situation. Will the finances be there? I'm as pessimistic, I think, as the mover is on this. However, we don't know that. We don't know what's going to be happening in that condition. And to say 8 months out, we're not going to deal with any sort of planning for our community. We're not going to be considering the future of our community. We're going to be putting some of these projects off another 4 years, which can translate to 8 to 10 years, considering the budget cycles. I think is actually a negligence of our authority, of our roles as governors of this organization and as stewards of the taxpayers' dollar. We are all going to go into this next both operating and capital budget cycle understanding where we are and understanding reality. And there's some very difficult decisions that need to be made. But we can't stop planning. We can't stop the community from moving ahead. We can't stop ourselves from making these very, very difficult decisions by saying we're just not going to deal with it. I think it would be incumbent upon us to actually approach this next CIP in May with perhaps a different consideration about how we do things in the community, how we do things through our CIP process. But to state right now that we're not going to deal with it, I think is stepping away from what we've been elected to do, and that is to govern. So I won't support the motion.
Okay, does any other member of council wish to speak? Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and I want to thank Acting Mayor Parker for bringing this forward. I apologize that you put out a notice of motion, which is for obvious reasons to get any feedback prior so that you can be prepared for the day that the motion actually does come forward. And my apologies that you had to sit through all of this, as I know there was time that we could have asked a lot of these questions to you to get an answer back. Going into this, I appreciate when you brought this forward. Is I know we're in definitely different times right now. Again, it's already been mentioned that 8 months ago, I'm sure none of us thought that this would ever be something that we'd have to deal with. And I think from hearing from what your opening is we obviously need to spend within our means. And currently, we've really got an expense issue. We're continually to spend in light of the concerns that we're passing through right now with COVID, et cetera. And it's been a struggle to keep going deeper and deeper into debt as we're seeing the finances go that way. I appreciate what you said about we can always open this up. If for some reason there's something, money that, as you had indicated, comes over the wall, or there's different grants that come provincially or federally, we can always open up this CIP if necessary. We can always look at projects, if that money is available and does come over the wall, as you indicated. Because currently right now, we don't have the cash for these things. We don't have the money for all of these projects. And we could if we just raise taxes, something that I'm just not willing to do. And I think that it was very conscious of yourself to see this and to bring this forward. It's not an end to all of our projects that we have. They can always be brought up again if there's funding that comes available. But if funding doesn't come available, I think, as Councillor Parker says, these need to be put on hold. We need to put the brakes on. We just don't have the money to do this unless, again, we go to the community and ask for a taxation increase. And I'm not prepared to do that. And so for that, Councillor Parker, thank you for bringing this forward, Acting Mayor Parker, and I will be supporting this.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Acting Mayor Parker, for this. I think I'll have to echo what a lot of my colleagues have said regarding this resolution. And really, if you remember other CIP deliberations, is that council makes decisions and we have the running clock, so to speak. And so if the money is spent, the money's spent. We typically didn't spend any more. So I think this resolution isn't giving council enough credit that we understand what the needs in the community are, and that we're going to spend willy-nilly because we have a little bit of money in front of us. I don't think that's the case at all. And I think we need to continue to make the right decisions and make the decisions that that we were elected to make. So I will not support this.
Okay, I think that leaves me.
Mayor, Joe?
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
No, after you.
Go ahead.
Well, the way I look at it is, if I look back at, and I'll just talk about myself and how I voted on many CIP projects. As I think Acting Mayor Parker said, every CIP project brings value and makes our community better. But there's one thing that I always keep in the back of my mind, and that is the money that we need to borrow to build whatever it is that the community wants or needs, or council wants or needs, or thinks that we should have because it'll make our community better. But there's the other part of that too, is that whatever we build has operating costs, which definitely reflects our taxes. So we already know, we've already been told, and whether it's true or not, seems to be the comments that, you know, we are a significantly highly taxed community. Whether you believe it or not, that's kind of what is out there. And I have historically, when I voted for CIP projects, I've always taken into consideration, number one, do we have the money? Number two, do we need it? Number three, how much money are we borrowing? And number four, what's it going to cost to borrow and to operate? And so what I'm hearing with my colleagues that believe this resolution, you know, is limiting council's authority or taking away council's role, or that sort of stuff. I look at it differently. I look at it as Alderman or Acting Mayor Parker said, we're just letting the community know that unless you want us to borrow, because that's the only way I think we're going to be able to make projects happen, and I haven't had one person tell me go ahead and borrow. There is no money. And with COVID, if you believe that we are going to be getting money for projects that we think is better for our community, I mean, look at it. We're having a tough time already accessing funds. So to me, this is a resolution that I think it's clear and it's realistic and it's telling the truth and it's painting the picture of exactly what it is that not only us, but other municipalities are facing. And that is, we don't have money. The only way we have money, our share, our piece of the pie that we have to contribute for projects, is through borrowing. And I could be wrong, but as long as I've been on council, our borrowing right now is the highest that I can ever recall in my days on council. And that is reflected by somebody's got to pay the bill. So I think Acting Mayor Parker's resolution is maybe taken a little bit to the extreme by some of my colleagues, because I honestly believe that what this resolution is basically saying to the community, look, we love your projects, they're all good, but we don't have the money. So no matter how good it is and no matter how much we need it, we don't have the money. I look at it as what we're doing here is, if I had a kid and I tell the kid that the kid wants me to consider buying, my kid a car, and I tell him, yeah, go ahead, sure, go look at cars, because yeah. But then when he finds and looks at cars, and then I have to tell him, you know what, I don't have any money because I don't have a job. And that's kind of what I think this message is here. So I applaud Acting Mayor Parker, and I will totally support the resolution.
Thank you. I think my...
Joe. Is now exiting.
Okay. I think mine is more of a general concern. I do appreciate the resolution coming forward, and I think it's important to communicate to the community that funds are very, very tight. But I have a problem discriminating against the community's wants versus other projects. So I would say I would like to see all projects evaluated. And just because some projects have revenue streams from certain areas, if we're tight of funds and our borrowing access is limited, I would say whether they be A, B, C, or D, that we should be judicious when approving projects. And in fact, there may be community projects which have greater merit than projects in other categories. If this applied to all projects, I could say, yeah, we'll treat them all the same. But if we're going to simply focus on community projects and discouraging people, I don't think that I can support it. So I wouldn't support the resolution for that reason. With that, I'll ask Deputy or Acting Mayor Parker to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that. I provided a sheet to each and every one of you via email, and it's a sheet that once again explains all the capital projects we've built just from 2005 to 2021. We are in the situation, the way we are in this community, and even though we built some amazing facilities, the reason why taxes are at a high in regards to comparable, and I think we are putting a hold on, we've been putting the rein, and I think we have good leadership within our administration team who knows where we are, is because we as a council always say yes. So when we always say, oh, administration has to bring in the reins on, administration is just doing what we tell them to do. They deliver on the things that we tell the community want. Build this, build that, build this, build that. And then we always say, well, why are taxes so high? We have to look in the mirror. It's because we always say yes to every organization that comes forward. And sometimes, and maybe I'm speaking on behalf, when we don't want to make a decision, we defer it to another month and we kick the can down the road because we don't want to say no. We're just trying to find another way of not saying no. So what this resolution is saying, groups, organizations, we've built lots of great things. We've done amazing things. But you know what? For the next CIP window, sorry, we're putting it on hold. And just like I used my analogy at the house, we're going to take care of the house, but you know what? Next spring, we're not going to put in a hot tub or put in a new pool or do anything like that because it's just not right. Maybe 10 years or 5 years, we'll start saving some money and put it away. But right now, let's just take care of what we got. Let's just take the foot off the accelerator, appreciate what we've built, catch up, and just be good. And that's all I'm saying. And some people say that this takes away the authority. I think this actually gives us, we're giving the authority. By passing this resolution, we're showing and giving a message to our community, authorizing where we want to go in the next CIP. And it's easy as that. Once again, if other funds do come over the wall, we have an opportunity to open up a CIP to find a project that qualifies for that grant. But I think we're leading a lot of organizations astray and misleading them when we say, yeah, well, we'll visit the CIP, because I think we have to give the messages now, because there's people spending hundreds of hours volunteering their time, putting projects together. If they know right off the bat, you know what, council's just, this is not the time. Let's go do something else. Right now, council's just putting the brakes on a lot of things, and we should respect that. I didn't bring this resolution as some political motive or something like that. This is what the community is telling me. All you have to do is, and I'm not saying you should believe everything you read in the paper or what you see on Facebook, but there's a vibe in this community that we need to put a hold on building new facilities that are non-essential in our community. And that's all this resolution was saying. Take care of what you got, take care of your essential stuff, but on the new facilities, put a hold. It doesn't mean they're not worthy projects or good projects. Sometimes you just have to say no. Just like you have to say no with your family, sometimes you have to say no with your kids, sometimes you have to say no with your employees. You just say no, and that's all I'm asking in this resolution. So I call the question. And a roll call, please.
Okay. Question has been called, and I'll ask our city clerk to do vote by roll call, please.
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed?
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Crowson.
Hang on.
Opposed.
Hang on.
Councillor Higgin.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Parker, sorry.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Opposed?
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
That's lost 6-3.
I appreciate Deputy Mayor Parker for bringing forward the resolution. We'll move on to 6.2. I have a resolution that's been co-sponsored by Councillors Crowson and Miyashiro. Grassy Mountain Project and proposed open coal mining in the headwaters region of the Oldman River. Whereas Lethbridge is downstream from the proposed mining site and gets its water from the Oldman River, and whereas these proposed projects have the potential of affecting the water in the entire Oldman watershed, and whereas Lethbridge's and Southern Alberta's economy and jobs may be impacted long-term if the water quality issues affect the quality of our irrigation water and the reputation of our agri-food processing hubs may be damaged for years. And whereas Lethbridge and surrounding communities obtain their drinking water from the Oldman River and do not have the ability, as other communities affected by selenium pollution do, of digging a new well or finding a new source of water. And whereas there is, at present, little scientific information on how to address selenium at the water treatment level, and whereas the Joint Review Panel public hearings begin October 27th, 2020, therefore be it resolved that the Mayor send a letter to the Alberta Minister of Environment and Parks, copying the Premier of Alberta and the Member of the Legislative Assembly of Lethbridge East, highlighting the City Council's concerns regarding water quality and also referencing the Oldman Watershed Council submission to the Joint Review Panel on the Grassy Mountain Coal Project. Is there more to this resolution? That's it. Okay. All right. Who will be speaking to this resolution?
Councillor Crowson, did you want to start?
Sure. Hopefully this time you can hear me.
Yeah.
So while we appreciate the need for economic development and job growth, we also have concerns that we want to make sure are expressed with regards to this project. This resolution is not about advocating for or against the project. It's about expressing our concerns and asking that our concerns be considered in any decision being made. And our major concerns are those outlined. Primarily the water supply, as this would affect the entire headwaters region of the Oldman River, and the reputation of our agri-foods industry and how it might affect our irrigation water. The Oldman Watershed Council has submitted a paper on this project, and they outline the same concerns as we do. We cannot allow anything that might affect the reputation of our agri-foods industry because it might be then damaged for generations. We know that in places where selenium poisoning occurs, one of the things people have done is simply dig new wells. We can't build a new Oldman River, so we would like to make sure that the province is aware of our concerns and to get an answer back about what is being done in this case. So that's my opening.
Councillor Miyashiro, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so I would just like to add that remember also that the City of Lethbridge provides drinking water to several communities to the north, northeast, and west of us, and it's not just the fact that, and again, as Councillor Crowson said, it's not the fact that we're opposed to development on the eastern banks of or eastern slopes of the Oldman or in the watershed. It's that I think we need to be assured that the water quality will not be affected long term, and that's the reason for this OBR today.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to questions. Questions from councillors. Deputy Mayor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you both to the movers. A question, the city manager or designate. I know that part of the research that's coming out of things that are downstream, like Kukanusa and the sort, downstream from Elkford, are looking at the higher volumes of selenium. Do we test for selenium in our water in an effort to establish at least a benchmark?
Yes, we do. Doug Kaup's coming forward if there's anything you want to add, Doug. Okay. Yes.
Answer is yes.
Doug got a bit of
Excellent.
exercise.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Any other questions from council? I have some for Mr. Kaup, I think. Mr. Kaup, if you, or city manager or designate, I guess is the right way to say that. Mr. Kaup, would you, the city of Lethbridge receives water from about 3 different rivers, one of which is the Old Man. They merge and are named the Old Man. What's the risk, in your opinion, based on selenium contamination? Do you have any idea what the potential risk is?
Your Worship, it's really a hypothetical. You know, like you stated, our water does come from, you know, the confluence of a number of sources, and so there would obviously be, you know, a dilution factor. And there's also the Old Man Dam is, you know, the reservoir itself is part of the system. The downside with the prospect of selenium is that it doesn't just go away. It'll accumulate, and over time, you know, if the issue's not dealt with at the source, it will eventually catch up to us. If it's a decade or 2, I can't say.
Decade or 2 is not very far away. Okay. Okay. You're part of you're our representative to the Old Man, the Old Man River Consortium, right? We're a member and you are our representative.
Yes, of the Old Man Watershed Council.
Okay. And within that group, the predominant view is one of caution?
Yes, the submission that was made to the panel, it was approved by the board of directors of the Old Man Watershed Council. The board has, you know, representation from agriculture, from irrigation, from First Nations, from environmental groups, as well as rural and urban municipalities. So it's a very broad representation. It's in the mission of the Old Man Watershed Council is to be the voice of the river, to represent the watershed as a whole, and in order to do that, you know, we have to rely on evidence and facts.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from members of council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do. It's Joe.
Okay, Councillor Morrow.
To Mr. Kaup, basically, that last statement that you made about we need to rely on facts, I think you said, I didn't quite capture it all. So what can you tell me? What facts do we know today as we are contemplating this resolution?
Your Worship, to Councillor Morrow, we do know that selenium is released from rock in the mining operation, and it ends up in the water. there's lots of experience in British Columbia. We also know that the mining operations have yet to demonstrate that they can remove it from the water that leaves their property. And I also know that that the water treatment standards do not have an obvious approach to dealing with the issue at the plant.
So can you maybe just explain to me what our issue is? Just wouldn't and the environment, the provincial environment body or the province, wouldn't they be dealing with this rather than us having to pass a resolution to forward to the province?
Your Worship, to Councillor Moreau, the decision on the coal mine is not going to be made by the City Council in Lethbridge. This is just the purpose of this resolution is to express concern, not to make the decision on behalf of the federal and provincial government.
Thank you.
Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question I have, it was just actually in regards to the facts that we have, and I guess from what I've heard, we don't really have facts. We're thinking that something could happen. I come from a community, obviously I grew up in Sparwood, where, as many of you know, is probably one of the largest mining operations in Canada, if not the world. And they always comment on the best water that they have. As a matter of fact, I have relatives from Lethbridge here coming and filling up their jugs and bringing it back to Lethbridge back when I was living out there. When we have facts, and that was going to be my question, and I think it was, well, kind of, but not really answered Councillor Morrow's question about what facts we have that we're basing this on. We're basing it on possibilities, I guess, or something that may happen, that could happen in about anything that we look at. But I guess my question is still, what facts are there? And I don't know if that can be answered again by Mr. Kaup or not. I just wanted to give him an opportunity to state some facts of what they have so far right now regarding this and how this would affect us.
Your Worship, to Councillor Higgin, Sparwood is the example. The community of Sparwood's supply has been contaminated by selenium, and the wells had to be replaced. Those are facts.
Thank you.
Mr. Kaup, while you're at the mic, what's the role of the Joint Review Panel? Is it an independent decision-making body?
I think I best defer the question to Shannon Frank, the Executive Director of the Oman Watershed Council. She's here in the audience.
Okay. Ms. Frank, can you tell us what the Joint Review Panel will, are they an independent body?
So the Joint Review Panel was appointed by the Joint Federal Provincial Ministers of Environment. And so there's 3 individuals, and their role is to hear from all the stakeholders in the community. They will be listening at the hearings that will be going on for several weeks. And then their role is to write a report that includes a recommendation to the federal and provincial ministers of environment on whether they recommend or not that this Grassy Mountain Coal project move forward. And from there, it will be up to the federal and provincial ministers of environment to make the decision ultimately with the federal Minister of Environment having, slightly more power in this case. But it is a joint panel, so it's supposed to be a joint decision, but if there is a disagreement on what the decision should be, the federal Minister of Environment has to make the decision.
So the representatives on the joint panel are people with expertise. They're independent, and they have the hearings, and then they write a recommendation, which goes to both the federal Minister of the Environment and the provincial Minister of the Environment. Okay.
Correct.
So it's theoretically an apolitical process.
Well, the recommendation is, but at that point, then it is the politicians who decide whether or not to accept the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any further questions? I see none, so we'll now move on to debate. The movers?
I'll say for close.
Yeah, no opening here.
Okay, thank you. Debate? There is no debate. I'll ask you to close.
Okay.
I think
Are the
Councillor Carlson has debate.
Are the hand signals no longer working?
It's hard to see.
Okay,
Councillor Carlson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. Sorry, I'm not sure if my hand is going up or not. Sorry. I will be supporting the resolution. I want to thank the movers for bringing this forward. I think they brought it forward, in my opinion, in response to concerns we're hearing from our community and experts as well. I think the health and safety of our community is and should always be of top concern to council. I remember back to when we had lots and lots and lots of discussion and debate and good community involvement when there was drilling going on in the city of Lethbridge. And we responded to our community concerns and we acted on it. I think the very least of writing a letter of this sort to send to the folks who can make these decisions and who really to be informed. I think it's the very least we can do on behalf of our community. And so I thank the movers for bringing it forward. And I look forward to voting in favor.
Okay, any further debate? I'll ask the movers to close.
Councillor Carlson.
Just so people are aware of what we're discussing, selenium poisoning can cause gastrointestinal disturbances, decayed teeth, loss of hair, and mental symptoms. So this is something that if it gets into the water supply, as we've heard, we're not sure how to filter it out through our water treatment plant. And it might not get here for decades, but don't you wish somebody had actually worried about abandoned wells and issues like that before they became the issue they are now? Some of these things take a long time to cause problems, so we have to be thinking of our future. And our future in this area, as I said earlier, is the agri-foods industry and that business. And I can only imagine how if we let something like this that could even affect the reputation of that industry, how that would turn investors away. So the economic well-being of Southern Alberta could be affected, and it would be smart of us to at least let the federal and provincial governments know of our concerns so that is taken as part of their decision-making. So I hope my colleagues will support this.
Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. This resolution is fairly straightforward. It lists the facts. It talks about how we need to support also the Oldman Watershed Council submission and reference in any correspondence with the provincial government. That is the science. That is the work that the Watershed Council has done on behalf of residents of southwestern Alberta to ensure that our water quality is the highest and ensure that we're not being poisoned. No one is saying that we shouldn't have any kind of mining or that kind of activity in the headwaters. We're saying if it's going to happen, are you aware of all the possible consequences? And that's why I ask our colleagues to support this. Call the question.
Question's been called. I'm going to ask our city clerk to do a roll call on this resolution.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson,
In favor.
Councillor Crowson,
In favor.
Councillor Higgin,
Favor.
Councillor Morrow,
Favor.
Councillor Miyashiro,
In favor.
Acting Mayor Parker,
Favor.
Deputy Mayor Kaufman,
In favor?
Mayor Spearman.
In favor?
Carried unanimously, 9-0.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to bylaws. I have a resolution from Councillor Higgin, bylaw 6243, authorizing City Council to borrow $17,824,000 for the expansion and renovation of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition, Agri-Food Hub Trade Center, pursuant to Capital Improvement Program D42. For second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6243, authorizing City Council to borrow $17,824,000 for the expansion and renovation of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Agri-Food Hub Trade Center pursuant to the Capital Improvement Program D42 be given second reading. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. We've went through the first reading here and an explanation to this here, can't remember here, weeks ago. And this is for the funding to go towards the exhibition project that goes in hand with the provincial grant funding that was received for this project. So I would just ask for council support.
Okay. Any questions from
Mr. Mayor?
council?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's Joe.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure, and I want to get it on the record. This borrowing of $17.8 million, the exhibition is paying back over how many years?
Mayor Spearman through to Councillor Morrow. The borrowing bylaw is for 30 years. The exhibition will be repaying it over a 30-year period.
30 years.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, any debate? All in favor? Are there any opposed? There are none. Third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6243 authorizing City Council to borrow $17,824,000 for the expansion and renovation of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Agri-Food Hub Trade Center pursuant to Capital Improvement Program D42 be given third reading and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just wanted to make sure that everybody did know this, and this is for public record, that these monies are not tax supported. Again, I know I've said that numerous times on different emails and stuff that I've received over the weeks. It is not tax supported. This will be paid back in full by Lethbridge Exhibition. So I just wanted to make sure that's there and ask for council support.
Okay. All, that's calling the question. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. 6244. Again, from Councillor Higgin, bylaw 6244, authorizing City Council to borrow $8 million for the expansion and renovation of Lethbridge and District Exhibition Agri-Food Hub Trade Center pursuant to Capital Improvement Program D42. For second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6244, authorizing City Council to borrow $8 million for the expansion and renovation of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Agri-Food Hub Trade Center pursuant to Capital Improvement Program D42 be given second reading. Councillor Higgin.
Similar to the first, I'll just call for the question.
Okay. Question's been called. City Treasurer.
Sorry, Mayor Spearman, I just wanted to clarify something. And I'm sorry, are you on third reading or second?
Second.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that this one is not being repaid by the exhibition.
Okay.
That it's part of our $25 million contribution. And I wasn't sure if that was...
So this is tax supported.
No additional tax pressure will be made based on this $8 million borrowing. It's part of our existing pay-as-you-go program, but I wasn't sure, sorry, I didn't know if that was getting the two mixed up.
All right, so it's part of pay-as-you-go internal borrowing? Okay.
No, sorry, it's not internal borrowing. This is proposing an external borrowing.
External?
As some flexibility, because typically for our pay-as-you-go program, we do internally borrow, but given some of the pressures on our reserves that we anticipate coming up with some of the incentives and different things like that, just using this as flexibility to do an external borrowing, but would be repaid within the pay-as-you-go program, no additional tax burden.
No additional tax burden. Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just wanted to be clear, there is no additional tax pressure because of this, but this is tax supported, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? We'll move on to debate. Councillor Hagan is proposing this resolution. Any debate? Did you want to say anything, Councillor Hagan?
Yeah, just to add that, thank you, Spinkston, for your comments on that. This is part of the 25 million. Obviously, that is from a previous CIP, and again, is no additional tax support. So with that, I'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Third reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6244, authorizing City Council to borrow $8 million for expansion and renovation of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Agri-Food Hub Trade Center pursuant to Capital Improvement Program D42, be given third reading, and the Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Hagan?
Question.
Question been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. I have another resolution from Councillor Hagan, bylaw 6247, authorizing City Council to lend money to the Lethbridge and District Exhibition, a non-profit organization, for the expansion and renovation of an agri-food hub trade center. Be it resolved that bylaw 6247, authorizing City Council to lend money to the Lethbridge and District Exhibition, a non-profit organization, for the expansion and renovation of an agri-food hub trade center, be given second reading. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Ms. Pinkston, if you wanted to just speak to where that funding is from, that would be great. Thank you.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Hagan, this is, should Council approve this, gives us the authority to lend the $17 million to the exhibition that they're intending, $17.824 million that they will be repaying the City of Lethbridge over the 30 years.
Thank you very much. Again, not tax supported?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any questions from council? There are none. On to debate.
If there's no question or no debate, I'll call for the vote. I don't know if there's anyone in the queue.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Third reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6247, authorizing City Council to lend money to the Lethbridge and District Exhibition, a non-profit organization, for the expansion and renovation of an agri-food hub trade center, be given third reading, and the Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Hagan.
Question.
Question been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. From Councillor Morrow, bylaw 6237, amendment to bylaw 3899, railway relocation lands area redevelopment plan. For second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6237, amendment to bylaw 3899, Railway Relocation Lands Area Redevelopment Plan be given second reading. Councillor Morrow.
I'll open it up for questions if there are any, Mr. Mayor, and if there's any debate as well.
Hey, are there any questions? This was part of the public hearing that we heard earlier today. Questions from council? I see none. We'll move on to debate. Councillor Morrow, will you open?
I'll close.
Okay, Acting Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. This is for 105, right? 105 Scenic Drive?
102 Scenic Drive, yeah.
Well, first of all, I think it's an exciting project. I think it's really exciting. You know, with all this kind of pessimism in the community and all that, it's amazing to see a project like this be built in our community. It is exciting, and I know for us, we have to go through the zoning, we have to go through these changes, but to facilitate such a project, we have to approve this. But I want to thank the people that have taken the time to invest in this. It's very visionary. I think the project looks amazing. The video is amazing, and I know anything Mr. Fritz or Mr. Bergen, anything touched usually turns to gold. So I think this is a wonderful project. I think it's going to complement. I know there's some issues in regards to how close it is to another adjacent building, in regards to views. But like Ms. LeBlanc said earlier, views aren't forever. Views aren't forever. And anything, when you see that being built, I think a view of that is quite magnificent. And I think it's just going to actually increase the value of the whole area, and in that it'll finally complete the whole puzzle. And I think it's very visionary what's being brought forward here. And I think our community should be pretty excited about this. It's I'm just doing the math here, and it's a multi-million-dollar project to our community. And outside of the tax base, I think just the beautification of, and also utilizing the views within our river valley in a safe and sustainable way. So for those reasons alone, I'm excited about supporting this, and I'm excited. I wish the best of luck in their pre-sales, and I hope everything goes really good, and I'll be supporting this 100%. And I know, if anything, the whole community is going to be really excited about this when they start seeing this actually come to fruition. So I will be supporting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you. I just want to echo Acting Mayor Parker's comments, and I want to thank this group for investing in our community. Again, yeah, views are not always, unfortunately, forever. And I, although I do appreciate those comments and concerns, I just want to make sure that I thank this investor for coming to our community and choosing this, because I think it's going to be an amazing project. Thank you.
Thank you. I too will be supporting the project. I heard that basically our existing condominiums are at capacity. There is apparently a need for this. The sales are going well, we heard. In terms of the proximity to other condominiums and the impact on the views, of course, the only way you can control land is by buying it yourself. And I don't mean that cynically, but basically you don't have access to control the land that others are owning. It's an exciting project, and it's great to see investment in that area and utilization of that area. So I will be supporting the project, and wish the investors well. Does anyone else wish to speak on this issue? I see no one. I'll ask Councillor Morrow to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to steal one of your lines that you've, I know, have mentioned many times, that we are no longer a small, put in whatever you want, Raymond, Cardston, McGrath, Tabor. We are no longer a large Raymond, McGrath, or Tabor, but we are a small Calgary, as I think what you've often said. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Westman Village project in South Calgary, right by the new hospital. But I'll tell you, if you have a chance to look at that, then that will tell you what this version of this project is going to be, and it's going to do for our community. The best thing about this is what I've heard is that the city staff have been working as hard as they can to actually work with the developers. Not that they haven't in the past, but it seems like they've had an attitude and an approach of how can we make this work which I know council has always thought that that's how we should approach things, is how can we help to make things happen rather than you got to do this and you got to do this and you got to do that. So that's kind of a real good positive thing. The other nice thing about this is that we as council have been trying to, for as long as I've been here, and I'm sure even before I even got on council, downtown, the heart of the city, downtown is vital, downtown is crucial. This is a project that I think will totally enhance downtown. It'll bring people to downtown. It'll bring a vibrancy to downtown. And that's what we've been trying to push. I guess maybe when this happens, the next thing might be a nice grocery store, but let's go one step at a time. The other thing about this is listening to the public hearing and our city staff is that they've worked with the developer. The proposed rezoning aligns with all the relevant planning documents and the ICSP, the MDP, and the SSRP, and all those plans that we have. Looks like they've worked well with the railway relocation land. It's nice to know that this particular project is being done by someone who at least has a little bit of knowledge and information and spent some time here in Lethbridge. So I think this is, unfortunately, there's always going to be someone that is affected, and hopefully once this project is done, that they will see that it is a positive thing for our community. And I ask council to support the second reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. That's your close. All in favor? Are any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to third reading. Councillor Morrow. Be it resolved that bylaw 6237, amendment to bylaw 3899, railway relocation lands area redevelopment plan be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Morrow.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Okay, we'll move on to bylaw 6238, land use development amendment, re 102, Scenic Drive North. For second reading from Councillor Morrow, be it resolved that bylaw 6238, land use bylaw amendment, re 102, Scenic Drive North, be given second reading. Councillor Morrow.
My opening would be the same as my closing in the last bylaw.
Okay, any questions from council? I see none. Councillor Morrow has opened and closed. If there's any debate, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? I hear none. It's unanimous. For third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6238, land use amendment re 102, Scenic Drive North, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Morrow.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. That is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to inquiries. We have an inquiry response on Dutch elm disease. Is there any questions on the response? Submitted by Councillor Campbell. The response is there from Parks Manager Dave Ellis. I see no questions on the inquiry. Thank administration, City Manager and Mr. Ellis for the response. Thank you. We'll move on to council updates. I believe Councillor Kaufman or Deputy Mayor Kaufman has a council update.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As members of council may be aware, Friday was the Reconciliation Lethbridge meeting. The mayor and deputy mayor attend these meetings. During the meeting, the issue was raised about the events of the September 28th CIC meeting. That was where a group of representatives from both RLAC as well as Sisters in Spirit were present in council chambers to present on the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls report, specifically asking that council consider recommendations in that report to bring forward. We received a letter from one of the co-chairs of RLAC, Patrick Wilson. That letter has been shared with members of council. I would like, though, Mayor Spearman, if I can, just to read the middle paragraph of that letter to provide the context for why the events of that meeting were upsetting to members of RLAC.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The letter continues. Council was being asked to consider a set of recommendations to help address a current and historical wrong, that is systemic violence perpetrated against Indigenous women in this country, manifestation of the systemic racism that not only continues to plague us today, but that is the pillar upon which the Canadian nation was built. Instead, protesters voicing concerns about the emergence of a pop-up safe consumption site displaced this item from the agenda. How this unfolding of events looked to members of RLAC is distressing, looking both at the general context and the specifics of events. In general, the recommendation stemming from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls report was an issue of fundamental importance to members of our Indigenous community, and it should be of fundamental importance to all members of our community, irrespective of racial or ethnic background, as it speaks to questions of fundamental human rights. In specific terms, political firestorm surrounding the SCS in Lethbridge has been inaccurately recast as an Indigenous issue. Those protesting the creation of the pop-up site were at best implicitly making a statement rooted in racial intolerance. Thus, to have our agenda item, an item rooted in moving forward the truth part of Truth and Reconciliation work, by acknowledging and taking seriously the findings of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls report, supplanted by an issue that perpetrates intolerance and violence towards Indigenous people, is simply unacceptable. While I understand that sometimes agendas need to change, there also needs to be an awareness of priorities, and this seems like a moment in which the wrong people were made to wait. Of concern is the fact that we had a room full of people who had made application through the clerk's office under the conditions of COVID to attend. They had taken time off work and they were present. And this group of Indigenous women were asked to leave the room so that an agenda item could bump them, and the protesters were brought into council. Again, nobody disputes the necessity to hear diverse voices. It's more of the issue of the fact that this was in stark contrast to the 10 minutes previous when council started its meeting with the reconciliation statement. What RLAC would request is a letter of formal explanation and an apology from members of council. And I'm wondering if the mayor would be willing to send something on behalf of council.
I would be. I think we need to have a discussion, and I think there needs to be some clarification. There's a little bit of a difference of understanding, let's say, on what occurred. So what did happen that day was I did bring a request for council to consider that council be informed by the city manager and his staff about what our abilities were as a city. So we did have a presentation from our bylaw officer, impromptu, but it was to inform city council as to how to respond to an emergent situation. It was a community issues committee, and acting Mayor Parker was chairing in your stead at that in this case. I believe that what happened was not intended. When council approved the reorder of the agenda to allow information to be supplied, Councillor, or Deputy Mayor, or Acting Mayor Parker did say he requested that that the people who were protesting outside be invited in to hear, but we did not at any time entertain any type of a presentation from the protesters. The intent was to educate the community. And so people can understand what the roles were of the police and what were the roles of the bylaw officers, given the situation that was generating a lot of controversy at that time in the community. So I think we could write back, but I think there needs to be a clarification that we didn't displace Arlac in order to receive a presentation from the protesters.
Okay, but we did displace them. That's the point.
We displaced the Arlac, and all council did, so I can certainly apologize. Council agreed unanimously to do that. But I think it's important. There in the letter inaccurately states their letter, so I think we need to correct the understanding. We did not displace Arlac in order to receive a presentation from the protesters. We didn't.
No, but we displaced them to address the reason why people were protesting. And I think that's the point, Chris, of this whole thing, is that once again, we pushed them out for something else when they were there to talk about a really serious issue for their group.
Which they did get to say. They got their opportunity. They weren't removed from the agenda. So I just think we need to be fair and just make sure that we present what we did. We can apologize. I have no problem with that.
Thank you. I think there's clearly a disconnect between words and actions, and this is about respecting the actions, respecting the words through action. And if you read the letter, it actually says that we're asked to clear council room to make space for these other individuals. And that was, I believe, the point that Councillor Mashura was arguing as well, is that they were asked to leave the room in the context of contemporary issues of murdered, missing Indigenous women and children in the historical context as well. You can certainly understand the viewpoint that Arlac is taking, and how we should all take a step back and just remember what it is that we're doing here.
Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. In light of the conversations here, I think I appreciate your comments on how it happened. I think how it played out was maybe misinterpreted, but I think that maybe an explanation from yourself is maybe better than writing a letter, so that you can actually, or I mean, I guess you can indicate that in a letter as well, exactly what transpired. But I mean, that's obviously up to yourself, but I just, yeah, what you said was what I understood as well.
So I believe if a group writes a letter to us, they deserve a written response. So I would write back rather than try to explain, and then the words are on paper and there's no misunderstanding about what's been said. Yeah. Councillor Carlson?
Thanks, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Kaufman, for bringing this forward. My gut feeling is an apology with an explanation isn't much of an apology. I think it was pointed out to us that there might be something for us to apologize. I think there is. I'd like to apologize without explaining. Just say, yeah, we're sorry. Thank you for pointing out our mistake. We'll try to do better. That's my point of view.
Councillor Campbell?
Yeah, I had no idea that was the feeling in the room at the time, because that whole pop-up tent thing was a big issue right there in front, and I hate it. I mean, I was thinking it's another mask bylaw guy, a bunch of guys coming in and doing that thing, which it wasn't. But I was happy to get the explanation about, because it was prevalent right there in front, and I really appreciated Dave Henley coming in and doing the explanation. Then we get this letter, and I'm thinking, oh my God, yeah, that was really inappropriate. So I like the idea of saying, really, really sorry about that. We really messed up on that. So I kind of agree with what Jeff just said.
Councillor Crowson?
Thank you. I was expecting expecting this letter because in spirit meeting, and people were very upset because they, you know, major issues, things that we've been dealing with for 150 years, and that their concerns were considered less important. So I completely agree with what Councillor Carlson said. This is not the time to try to expect, you know, oh, we did this and you said we did this. We need to just apologize and admit that, and that it was probably not appropriate to ask Indigenous women to give way on that day.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll write a letter of apology.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm just wondering as well if the letter can be given to the clerk for part of the public record, please, or part of the corporate record. Thank you.
Sure, yeah. All letters are done that way, so they're circulated at the end of the month to all members of council as well.
Is it appropriate if some members of council who want to sign that letter could sign it as well? I'm just saying, I'd like to apologize. I was here. I don't know, just...
We've never done that before. The mayor usually signs letters on behalf of all of council, but if any councillor wanted to send a letter, they certainly are welcome to.
Okay, maybe I'll send my own.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other updates? I'll provide an update on Alberta Health Services EMS dispatch consolidation. We do view this as a nonpartisan issue. The decision by the Minister of Health on Friday was disappointing. It does not, he referred to in his letter to a number of studies, but he did not refer to the Rural Health Services Review final report, which starting on page 16 details fundamental failures with EMS dispatch and consolidation. We received information from the municipal district of Foothills that indicates that none of the issues identified 5 years ago in the Rural Health Services Review final report had been addressed, and that they continue to have problems with dispatch consolidation. Having said that, our goals are the same as those of the minister. We want to see cost controls. We want there to be efficiencies between our systems, and we believe that requires coordination of service. We also believe that patient outcomes are the most important thing, and we believe the system we have in place provides the best possible patient outcomes. So we will continue to make our case. The mayors will be holding a media conference tomorrow, and we will continue to stress these points about how the existing system is better than the proposed system, and we hope that there will be an opportunity to influence MLAs and the government of Alberta to make sure that we achieve the same thing: lowest overall costs, efficiencies in the coordination of services, and the best possible patient outcomes. So with that, that's the latest on EMS dispatch. I don't know if there's any questions from councillors. And you all have information on the impact of this decision in terms of costs to the city of Lethbridge if this consolidation decision goes forward. The $6 million that's been identified by the province as a saving will be quickly offset. There's almost $5 million in costs specific to the city of Lethbridge, and there'll be added costs to the other cities as well. Thank you. Any other updates to council? If not, we'll move on to the in-camera reports and the resolutions. I have a resolution from Councillor Carlson. Closed meeting omnibus motion. 10.1, 10.2, 10.4, 10.5, and 10.6. Be it resolved that council direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, presentations, and documents with respect to operational review update, standing item, governance review implementation, ambulance dispatch update, boards, commissions, and committees matter number 1, and boards, commissions, and committees matter number 2, remain confidential pursuant to section 16, harmful to business interests of a third party, 19, confidential evaluations, 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 23, local public body confidences, 24, advice from officials, 25, harmful to economic interests of a public body, and 27, privileged, legal, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As the only resolution I'm carrying today, I thought I'd prepare a lengthy debate, but considering the hour, I'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? There are none. And next resolution from Councillor Carlson, land matter, 10.3. Be it resolved that council direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, presentations, and documents with respect to land matter remain confidential pursuant to sections 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 24, advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic interests of a public body, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and further be it resolved that council direct administration to proceed with the recommendation provided in closed session. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Worship. I'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Do we have one more resolution? Okay, I have a resolution from Councillor Campbell. Adjournment that we do now adjourn the regular meeting of City Council until November the 2nd, 2020. Councillor Campbell.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed?
Mayor Spearman?
Yep.
Mayor Spearman, is it possible to have a quick closed session here? Literally 2 minutes, if I could. I don't know how that would fit into the agenda, or if we can even do that.
Okay, we didn't advertise it, and I think Councillor Parker has already left.
Okay. All right.
Can we bring it up on November the 2nd?
Later.
Or
sure.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. Thank you.
We have a
Pardon?
closed session tomorrow. Can't you do it then?
It's possible to do it tomorrow. Yep.
Yeah, good point. Thank you, Councillor Crozen.
Do we have to create a special meeting, or what's the process?
Your Worship, tomorrow is a special meeting. There's only that item on the agenda. If you want to add another item to the agenda, everybody has to agree to it. So it has to be unanimous.
Okay, there has to be unanimous agreement if we add it to the meeting tomorrow.
That's fine. You can leave it out then.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Campbell has a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Toodles.